Tonight, we are stepping through the heavy gates of a medieval castle right in the middle of winter. The stone walls rise higher than your neck can possibly crane, with frost clinging stubbornly to every ledge. The air nips at your face, so sharp it feels like 1,000 tiny blades. Under your boots, the snow crunches with a rhythm that seems louder than it has any right to be. Inside, the long corridors don't feel much warmer at all because stone has a way of holding onto the cold. You can see your own breath clouding in front of you, almost amused by the thought that anyone ever managed to call this fortress a home. To get through a season like this, you'd need a good stash of salted food, a few servants you could trust with your life, and maybe a miracle or two. As you make your way through the castle's courtyard, the snow lies thick and undisturbed. You can see a few servants, bundled up tightly, hauling heavy logs toward the distant kitchens. The faint scent of wood smoke drifts on the air, a small but inviting promise that somewhere deep inside these walls, a fire is putting up a fight against the relentless cold. The truth is, castles in the winter were never cozy places to live. They were incredible marvels of defense, but comfort was not their strong suit. Stone walls are just as good at trapping the chill inside as they are at keeping enemies out. In many of the towers, frost would literally paint delicate, icy patterns across the interior walls. The only real warmth to be found came from crowded halls, the heat of roaring fires, and layers upon layers of heavy wool and fur clothing. As you duck your head to enter the great hall, you can immediately sense a tension in the air, a feeling that is one part hunger and one part hope. The massive fireplaces are roaring, but their heat barely makes a dent in the cavernous emptiness of the chamber. Your breath still fogs in the air right in front of your face. The Lord and his entire household gather here not just to eat, but to prove that they still have a hold on abundance, even as the snowdrifts pile up high against the gates. Here's a historical fact worth remembering. Medieval lords staged these grand winter feasts as much for morale and a show of power as they did for actual nourishment. A grand spread of food was a way to reassure allies, servants, and even themselves that their food stores were going to last. And here's a quirkier little detail for you. In some castles, the floors were scattered with rushes that trapped scraps of food and grease all season long, layered one on top of another until they practically became a second carpet. Of course, it was a carpet that absolutely stank by the time the spring thaw finally came around. Just imagine sitting there by the fire, nibbling on your salted beef, while beneath your very boots lie months of half-rotten crumbs, old feathers, and discarded bones, a medieval version of Don't Look Down. Still, the question keeps nagging at you. Just how plentiful were these tables really? Scholars are still debating whether the enormous feasts you see in old manuscript illustrations show everyday abundance or just special occasions that were exaggerated for posterity. Was the winter diet truly as lavish as it appears in those brightly colored pages, or did the artists simply inflate the bounty to flatter their wealthy patrons? That uncertainty hangs in the air like smoke caught in the high rafters. Your gaze drifts over to the trestle tables, empty for now, but soon they'll be set with trenchers of bread, thick slabs of meat, and heavy pitchers of ale. At least, that's the dream. The reality for many people living inside these walls is a very careful rationing of every last supply. Every single bite taken tonight has to be stretched into February, and then into March, and possibly even longer if spring decides to arrive late. The steward knows this better than anyone else in the castle. His quiet arithmetic, done by the flickering light of a candle, might just be the most important work happening in this entire fortress. If you listen closely, you can hear the sounds of life trying to wrestle some small comfort from the biting cold. You can hear the clatter of pots and pans in the kitchen, the muttered prayers of servants worried about the dwindling stores, and the high-pitched laughter of children as they chase each other near the warmth of the hearth. The mix of human voices and the constant crackle of the fire carries you toward a strange feeling of community. Even in the most bleak and unforgiving winter, food, no matter if it was scarce, salted, or stale, had a way of holding people together. As you step deeper into the hall, your eyes trace the old banners hanging high above. The heraldry on them glows faintly in the firelight, red lions and golden lilies that almost seem to be mocking the emptiness of the pantry. This whole place is a kind of theater, where survival has to wear the costume of plenty. Tonight, you're going to get a look behind that curtain and see what actually ends up in the bowls. The cold presses in closer, and you find yourself wondering, when the firewood starts to dwindle and the food stores run truly low, what happens then? That answer lies in the next trenchers of bread and the next barrels of meat. You find a spot for yourself near the long trestle table in the great hall, and the sheer scale of the room forces your gaze upward. The rafters loom high above like the blackened ribs of some gigantic stone beast, stained dark from centuries of smoke. The firelight flickers and dances, reflecting off the shields and spears that have been hung up for display, but the shadows in the room swallow much more than they reveal. Tonight the hall is set for a meal, not a battle, though in its own way, this dinner is just as strategic. The table stretches almost the entire length of the chamber, and it's covered in a rough, heavy cloth. Wooden trenchers, which are thick slabs of stale bread used as plates, are laid out in anticipation of the meal to come. You lean in a little closer and can see how the surface of the bread is darkened from the grease of countless past meals. The Lord, of course, will sit at the raised dais, making absolutely sure that everyone in the hall notices his place at the very head of it all. Even during a season of deep scarcity, hierarchy is the real dish being served here tonight. One established fact stands firm. The medieval Great Hall wasn't just a simple dining room. It was a stage for displaying power. Eating in public was a calculated way for lords to remind everyone that their household could still command plenty, even in the middle of the bleakest winter. To be invited to sit at his table was both a privilege and a performance. But if you watch closely, you'll start to notice the subtle little cheats. Behind the scenes, the cooks are cutting the portions just a little bit thinner, adding extra broth to the stews, filling bellies with warm liquid instead of precious meat. Candles are set out more generously at the high table, so the lords' plates gleam and sparkle, while farther down the hall, servants hunch over in the dimness, picking at their scraps. Here's a cheeky little tidbit for you. Some castle accounts suggest that the cooks would deliberately oversalt the meat served at the lower tables. This made the servants drink more ale, which in turn kept them feeling cheerful and, more importantly, less hungry. You could call them medieval catering hacks, if you will. And still, so many questions linger in the shadows of this great hall. Some historians argue that the grandeur of these meals was only occasional, something tied to festivals or visits from important guests. Others insist that the Great Hall saw these ritualized suppers every single night, even if the food being served was quite plain. Was every winter evening really filled with such pomp and circumstance, or were most nights much quieter, the drama exaggerated by chroniclers who were eager to flatter their masters? The debate continues, like the faint echo of footsteps on the flagstones. Your eyes follow the steward as he paces at the side of the room, making quick, silent calculations in his head. Each barrel of salted beef has to last. Each loaf of bread has to be rationed. His job isn't glamorous in the slightest, but it is absolutely vital to everyone's survival. One misstep, one mistake in his math, and the entire household could be facing starvation before the spring even arrives. Servants are now carrying in the platters roasted meats, steaming pottage, trenchers piled high with dark, heavy bread. The smell of smoke and fat mingles with the sharp tang of ale. A low murmur rises from the tables as the meal finally begins, with voices overlapping and laughter that sounds forced but is still very welcome. The Great Hall becomes, for a short while, the warmest place in the entire castle. You shift your seat slightly and notice the cold seeping up through the soles of your shoes. Despite the roaring fire and the hot food, the chill never really leaves this place. That's the honest truth of castle dining. Splendor and scarcity coexisted right there on the very same table. Every single bite was a reminder that winter was still waiting patiently right outside the gates. So you take another sip of the weak ale, watch the flames dance a little higher, and realize that tonight's feast isn't just about eating. It's about convincing yourself and everyone else that survival is still possible. You lean a little closer to the table, and the first thing that strikes you isn't the meat or the stews, but the bread itself. There are thick, coarse loaves, much darker than what you would think of as bread today, resting heavily on the trenchers. When you break off a piece, it feels dense and substantial in your hand. The crust is so hard it could almost be used as a weapon in a pinch. This isn't the fluffy, golden bakery bread of modern dreams. This is sustenance, pure and simple. Bread is the absolute backbone of winter survival inside these castle walls. Historical accounts make it very clear that medieval people ate bread in staggering quantities, sometimes a pound or even more per person, per day. The grains used were often rye, barley, or oats, mixed with wheat only if the harvest had been especially good or if the household was particularly wealthy. The quality of the loaf you were given spoke volumes about your status in this place. Lords enjoyed what was called manchet bread, which was pale and soft, while the servants had to gnaw their way through maslin, a rough mixture of different grains that did more to fill the belly than it did to please the palate. And here's the quirky twist. Those trenchers right in front of you, the slabs of stale bread being used as plates, weren't just thrown away after the meal was over. They soaked up all the grease, the sauces, and the juices from the food. Afterwards, they were either eaten by the poorer members of the household, given away as alms to beggars at the gate, or simply tossed to the dogs. Imagine finishing your dinner and then having your plate handed off to become someone else's supper, recycling medieval style. But the picture isn't entirely clear on this. Some scholars still argue over just how widespread wheat bread truly was in these northern castles. Did most households have to rely almost entirely on dark rye bread all through the winter, saving the precious wheat flour only for the lord's family? Or did the wealthier strongholds actually manage to provide fine white loaves more often than the surviving records might suggest? The evidence is patchy at best, leaving plenty of room for a debate that still simmers among historians today. You take a bite of your piece of bread. The flavor is sour and earthy, with a faint tang that comes from fermentation. The chewiness forces you to slow down, and the rough grains scratch the roof of your mouth a little. It definitely fills you up, but it is a far cry from being indulgent. Still, with a little butter or some meat dripping smeared across it, the loaf becomes a small but welcome comfort against the relentless, biting cold. The hall echoes with the sound of teeth crunching through hard crusts, mugs slamming down onto the wooden tables, and laughter rising up in sudden bursts. Everyone here depends on these loaves, from the lord sitting at the high table to the scullery boy hiding in the shadows. The bread unites them all, even as it divides them by its quality. And so, here in the heart of winter, you realize that survival in this castle doesn't come in the form of golden banquets or endless roasts. It comes in these dense, stubborn loaves of bread that have to last for as long as the steward's stores can possibly stretch them. Bread isn't just food here. It is endurance made edible. You sit back for a moment, brushing the crumbs from your fingers, and notice the scent in the hall beginning to shift. It's heavier now, saltier, and much sharper. It's the unmistakable presence of meat that has been packed away and preserved for months. The great barrels lining the storerooms are being hauled up now, their iron hoops creaking loudly as the lids are pried loose. A strong waft of brine and age greets you long before the first slab of meat even lands on the table. This is winter's insurance policy: salted meat. Without it, the castle would surely crumble long before the spring thaw ever arrived. Pork and beef were the absolute staples. Every animal was slaughtered in the late autumn, carved into manageable cuts, and then preserved in salt until the icy months demanded their sacrifice. The ritual of butchering in November wasn't just a practical necessity. It was a communal event, almost like a festival. Families would gather together to process every single last part of the animal: the hams, the shoulders, the bellies, the tongues, and even the ears. Absolutely nothing was allowed to go to waste, and once the fresh cuts of meat had been eaten, all the rest went under heavy layers of coarse salt, buried away like treasure, just waiting to be unearthed. The historical fact of this stands solid. Castles relied entirely on these salted stores to survive. Fresh meat in January was incredibly rare, unless you had special hunting rights or an extraordinary stroke of good luck. Instead, these brine-soaked slabs of meat became the protein that kept entire households moving through the snow. Without them, you'd have little else but bread and broth to chew on. But salted meat is anything but glamorous. You notice how stiff and leathery it feels as it's hauled out of the brine. The cook has to soak it in fresh water overnight, and sometimes even longer, just to draw out enough of the salt before it can be boiled or roasted. Even then, the texture is incredibly tough, and the flavor is dominated more by the preservation process than by any kind of freshness. Yet when hunger presses in hard, that salty chew can feel like the greatest luxury. Here's a quirkier detail that might just make you wrinkle your nose. Some records suggest that meat left too long in the brine would develop a strange, almost fishy tang, as if it had somehow swapped species somewhere along the way. To hide this unfortunate taste, cooks would use a lot of spices, pepper, cloves, ginger, if they could possibly afford them. If not, the solution was simply longer boiling times and a lot more bread to help mask the flavor. Imagine chewing through a piece of beef that tastes faintly of cod, all while trying to convince yourself that it's a hearty and delicious meal. Medieval dining clearly demanded both strong stomachs and very strong imaginations. And still, the arguments continue to flicker among scholars. How much of this salted meat actually made it into the servants' bowls? Did the lower ranks of the household have to subsist more on pottage and bones, while the lord's family consumed all the real cuts? Or was salted pork so incredibly common that even the scullions got to taste it often? The records are ambiguous, shaped by who was keeping them and for whom they were being written. Some argue that the poorer servants rarely saw meat at all, while others point to household accounts showing barrels being allocated across all the different ranks. The truth probably lies somewhere in the middle, blurred by hunger and the strict hierarchy of the castle. You watch as the meat is carved up and served. Thick chunks are dropped onto the trenchers, their juices pooling, the smell rich yet faintly metallic. Steam curls up in delicate ribbons, carrying hints of the garlic and onions that were boiled with the cuts to help soften the overwhelming saltiness. The lord at the high table, naturally, receives the very best slices. Marbled pork belly, fatty and indulgent compared to the dry, tough slabs being doled out further down the hall. Servants chew more slowly, gnawing away at the tougher cuts that take a lot of effort to swallow. Yet all eyes remain fixed on the food, grateful that there is something to chew on at all. The hall hums with the sound of teeth tearing into sinew, knives scraping against the wooden trenchers, and mugs being lifted for ale to wash down all that salt. The salt dries out your mouth, making you feel thirstier with every single bite. You take another big gulp of the weak ale, its sourness cutting right through the heaviness of the meat. The pairing is perfect in its own rustic sort of way. In the kitchens, the smoke is getting thicker. Meat hangs from hooks high above the fire, some of it having been smoked months earlier, its skins now wrinkled and as hard as tree bark. The cooks keep turning the joints on the spits, being careful not to let the fat drip too quickly down into the flames. The smell of charred edges and sizzling grease makes even the most leathery slab of meat feel appetizing. You can just imagine the rush of relief when the steward finally authorizes the opening of another barrel. The simple promise of meat, where before there was only bread. Yet the system isn't foolproof by any means. In years when salt was scarce or the harvests were poor, meat would spoil despite everyone's best efforts. Some barrels would grow rancid, the smell so overpowering they had to be carried outside and buried deep in the frozen ground. It was a bitter reminder that survival was never guaranteed. In fact, some winters could be far leaner than anyone expected, driving people to gnaw on bones for their marrow, or to stretch out the pottage with whatever scraps they had left. Picture yourself here in January, when the snow is piled higher than the battlements and all the roads are completely impassable. The Lord's men sit around sharpening their blades, bored from the long idleness. Children gather close to the fire, their small hands red and raw from the biting cold. The salted meat is the absolute center of the day's meal. Its toughness has been softened by long hours of boiling, its flavor dulled, but it is still sustaining. It fills their bellies and buys them another night of survival. There's a strange kind of comfort in this simple ritual. The meat is tough. The taste is repetitive, but its very presence signals that the household still has resources left. As long as there are barrels remaining in the storerooms, hope also remains. Every slab hacked from the salted stores is one more step closer to spring. The servants are carrying away the empty platters now, their faces slick with grease, their fingers sticky with salt. You can hear the scrape of knives across the last of the bones. The dogs are growling under the table as they fight over the fallen scraps. The meal ends not with a sweet dessert, but with a profound sense of relief. Relief that another day has been endured, and another layer of winter has been survived. You lean back and let the heaviness of the salted meat settle deep inside you. It's not a feast for the senses by any stretch of the imagination, but it is a feast for survival. And in this frozen, isolated castle, survival is the only thing that truly matters. You notice the atmosphere shifting once again as the servants bring in the next course. Tonight isn't just about meat and bread. It's also a reminder that the calendar itself shapes what you are and are not allowed to eat. The church hovers over the table just as firmly as the Lord does on his dais. And tonight, that means it's time for fish. Fish has always been the loyal understudy of medieval dining, always stepping onto the stage whenever meat is forbidden. On Fridays, during Lent, on holy days, suddenly you're chewing on scales instead of skin, fins instead of fat. In a season where salted beef already feels incredibly repetitive, the obligation to swap it for salted fish might feel more like a punishment than an act of piety. One well-recorded fact stands out. The medieval church required abstinence from meat on nearly half the days of the entire year. That's a staggering number when you picture a calendar peppered with saints' feasts and all sorts of holy observances. A noble household had to plan very carefully, stocking not just barrels of pork and beef, but also barrels of herring, cod, or eels to cover all of those meatless days. Without fish, you'd be breaking both your diet and religious doctrine. But the reality of fish in winter wasn't quite the romantic image of sparkling rivers and fresh catches you might imagine. You lean a little closer and catch the scent. It's pungent, sharp, with a tang that really lingers. This fish has traveled a long way. Much of it was preserved, dried, smoked, or packed in brine, and hauled in carts from coastal markets that were days or even weeks away. Herring was the commoner's staple, cheap and abundant, while freshwater fish like trout or pike were reserved for those lucky enough to control the fishing rights near their own estates. There's an odd curiosity here that might just raise your eyebrows. Live eels were sometimes kept squirming in barrels of water right inside the castle kitchens, so they could be slaughtered fresh when needed. Imagine passing through the smoky room and seeing a half-dozen wooden tubs filled with slippery creatures twisting inside, all ready to be stewed. It's not exactly the cozy image of winter comfort you were probably hoping for. Yet the interpretation of all this isn't straightforward. Some historians wonder if preserved fish truly made it into the diets of the lower-ranked servants, or if it was largely reserved for the tables of monks, nuns, and the high nobles. Others argue that even the humblest members of a household would have tasted herring often, given just how cheaply it could be bought in bulk. The records leave us with a bit of a split impression. Did fish really sustain all levels of society during the winter, or did it serve mostly as another badge of status? The debate lingers like the aftertaste of salt on your tongue. As you pick up a piece, you notice the texture is tough, almost leathery, and the salt hits you hard. The cook has tried to soften it with herbs, parsley and dill, if any were dried from the autumn harvest. Maybe there's a dash of imported pepper, if the Lord is feeling particularly generous today. Still, the flavor is heavy. You take another bite and the briny chew makes you instantly reach for your ale. It's not indulgent eating by any means, but it is necessary eating, a compromise between faith and survival. Look around the table and you can see how the different ranks handle the dish. At the high dais, the Lord's portion is paired with a sauce, something tart, maybe made of vinegar, mustard seed, or even almond milk if the kitchen is feeling clever. At the servant's end of the table, the fish arrives plain and boiled, barely enough to take the edge off their hunger. The contrast is stark, but both groups chew on in silence, fully aware that their faith requires a certain patience. The kitchens have their own distinct smell now, a mixture of smoke and brine. Hooks hang with smoked salmon and eel, their skins all shriveled and blackened. A cauldron bubbles away, filling the air with a steam that makes your eyes sting. Children peer in with their noses wrinkled, not entirely sure whether they should be excited or repulsed by the sight. For them, meatless days feel like an endless season of chewing through bones and scales, just waiting for something richer to return to the table. Yet fish had its charms too. In wealthier castles, it wasn't only herring and cod on the menu. Sometimes the steward would arrange for special delicacies, like lampreys, strange, eel-like creatures with sucker mouths that nobles absolutely adored, but which might just make your stomach turn. Other times, sturgeon would arrive, its flesh dense and rich, a status symbol as much as it was a meal. Eating such a fish was a declaration. This household had connections, wealth, and control, even in the middle of winter. What might surprise you is that some of these delicacies traveled extraordinary distances to get here. Salted cod from the North Sea, or even from as far away as Iceland, ended up on tables in castles situated far inland. The medieval supply chain, powered by rivers and extensive trade routes, made it possible for a castle in snowy Burgundy to serve fish that once swam in the Atlantic Ocean. It was global logistics, centuries before you probably thought they existed. Still, practicality dominated most days. Fish was boiled into stews, shredded into pottages, or fried in pans when oil could be had. The recipes aimed to disguise the sameness of it all, but by February, the repetition must have been wearing on everyone. Imagine waking up knowing that today, once again, your main source of protein will come from a creature that smells stronger the longer it waits in the storeroom. Faith may have demanded abstinence, but your taste buds surely muttered their protests. The debate continues among researchers. Did medieval people genuinely enjoy the taste of these preserved fish, or did they just tolerate it because of necessity? Was their devotion sweetened by familiarity with the taste, or did people simply count down the days until meat finally returned to the pot? We can't quite know for sure, but the wrinkled noses mentioned in some chronicles suggest it was more of a duty than a delight. Back in the hall, mugs are raised high to wash down the brine. Laughter breaks out in sudden bursts as the ale loosens everyone's tongues. For a moment, the fish becomes less about its flavor and more about the ritual itself. Everyone here is sharing the same salty mouthfuls, the same quiet grumbles, and the same anticipation of the feasts to come. The act of eating together, bound by the very same rules, binds the castle together just as surely as its stone walls do. You set your trencher aside, wipe your hands on a rough cloth, and notice that the hunger hasn't fully left you. The fish has filled your stomach, yes, but it hasn't warmed you in the same way that roasted meat would have. Outside, the snow is pressing hard against the shutters and the wind howls through the cracks in the stone. Inside, you're left with the aftertaste of the sea, hundreds of miles from where the fish was actually caught. Still, you can't deny its role. Fish is more than just a meal. It's faith, it's logistics, it's survival disguised as obedience. And as you lick the last of the salt from your lips, you realize that winter in the castle wasn't just endured through strength of arms or high walls of stone, but also through barrels of brined creatures hauled from far-off shores. Without them, the calendar of saints might have starved an entire household. The hall grows quieter once the fish courses are finally cleared away. The sharp and persistent smell of brine still lingers in the air. But now, another scent begins to drift out from the kitchen, something creamier, softer, and far more comforting. You catch the warm hint of milk bubbling away in a cauldron, the tangy smell of curds forming, the buttery richness that promises a small but meaningful change from the salt-heavy meals of the past days. Dairy is finally making its appearance. In winter, dairy was always a bit of a gamble. The cows gave less milk, the hens laid fewer eggs, and every animal felt the bite of the cold just as keenly as their human keepers did. Yet, when you finally get to taste a piece of cheese or spread a thick smear of butter across a hard crust of bread, it feels like a true blessing. It's something familiar and filling in a season that seems specifically designed to wear you down. One reliable truth consistently surfaces in the records. Cheese was one of the most important preserved foods in any medieval castle. Hard cheeses could last all through the winter if they were stored properly, wrapped in cloth or wax to keep out the damp. They became dense, strong-smelling, and incredibly sharp with age, but they delivered much-needed fat and protein. A simple slice of aged cheese was fuel for the long hours of shivering in the drafty halls. Then there's a curious little wrinkle to the story. Not all cheese was aged. Soft cheeses, fresh curds, farmer's cheese, or even cream cheese-like spreads were also eaten, though these had to be consumed very quickly before they spoiled. Sometimes they were mixed into porridges or flavored with whatever herbs were available. Imagine stumbling upon a fresh, tangy lump of curds in the middle of January, and realizing it's one of the few things on the table that doesn't taste overwhelmingly of salt or smoke. But there's some disagreement among historians about how available dairy really was during the coldest months of the year. Some argue that castle herds were large enough to provide milk year-round, albeit in smaller quantities. Others believe that by deep winter, fresh dairy was almost entirely absent, leaving only the aged wheels of cheese as reminders of sunnier months. The truth likely varies by region, by the wealth of the household, and by sheer luck with the weather. Did the peasants working out in the fields ever get even a small bite of cheese in January, or was it all hoarded away for the Lord's table? The evidence leaves us with more questions than it does answers. You reach for a slice of cheese that's on your trencher. It's firm and crumbly, and it smells faintly of grass and smoke. The taste is sharp, almost biting, but when you pair it with the bread, it transforms the plain crust into something much richer. Around you, the servants are chewing their pieces with a quiet sense of satisfaction. The grease from the butter or the cream in their stew is cutting through the monotony of all the salted meat. Butter, too, plays its part in this story. Though it was harder to store long-term, when it was available, it added a wonderful richness to the bread or was melted into stews, turning humble vegetables into something that felt indulgent. In the northern castles, butter was more common, while in the southern regions you might find olive oil appearing instead. Still, nothing quite compares to the comforting weight of butter on your tongue in the middle of a frozen season. Milk itself was less frequently drunk fresh by people. It soured far too quickly in the winter's uneven temperatures, but when it was turned into buttermilk, whey, or clotted cream, it found its way into soups and sauces. Just picture the cook stirring a large pot of leek and milk broth, with steam curling up into the rafters. The smell is incredibly soothing after endless weeks of nothing but brine. And here's a detail that may surprise you. In some places, the whey from cheese making was actually fed to the pigs, recycling every single drop of nourishment in a completely closed loop. What began as milk from a cow ended up months later as pork on the table, a cycle of survival played out in barrels and pens, where nothing was ever wasted if it could possibly be eaten. The kitchen during dairy preparation is its own unique world. You can hear the steady clink of wooden spoons scraping curds from the sides of pots. You can hear the hiss of cream boiling a little too close to the fire. And you can hear the soft voices of the dairy maids as they check the texture with their practiced hands. Their work is quiet compared to the butcher's, but it is no less essential to the castle's survival. In fact, the very presence of butter or cheese at the table carries a certain comfort with it, a sense that the castle still controls a little bit of softness in the middle of the harshest season. At the high table, the lord's family might receive more delicate dishes, like cheese flavored with saffron, butter molded into decorative shapes, or custards thickened with eggs that had been saved for the occasion. For them, dairy could be an expression of wealth and refinement. For those sitting further down the hall, it was simply a spread of butter across a piece of hard bread, or a ladle of milk-based pottage, thin but still warming. Either way, the creamy textures and richer flavors offered a rare reprieve from the monotony of salted meat and fish. Yet, dairy was never without its risks. Spoilage lurked in every single corner of the storerooms. A wheel of cheese left in the dampness could easily turn sour, becoming inedible and even dangerous. Butter went rancid very quickly if it wasn't salted heavily enough, and when supplies ran short, resentment would begin to stir. Was the Lord hoarding the last of the fresh butter for himself, while the servants had to chew their way through stale, dry bread alone? The politics of dairy could be just as sharp as the cheese itself. The children, however, hardly cared about any of that. They licked the butter from their fingers, giggled over the fresh curds, and dreamed of milk warmed with honey before they went to bed. To them, dairy was all about sweetness and comfort, the closest thing they had to a treat in a castle where sugar remained a far-off and expensive luxury. Watching their simple joy, you can feel the heaviness of the salted meat lifting, if only for just a moment. Some chronicles even hint at some unusual dairy practices. In certain households, the cheese was deliberately made so hard that it could be grated into stews just like a spice, stretching its use for weeks on end. In others, cream was only churned into butter on festive days, saved as a special seasonal luxury. These little quirks remind you that nothing in the castle was ever straightforward. Every single food carried with it layers of ritual, necessity, and pure chance. As you finish your portion, the aftertaste lingers, strong but satisfying. You realize that dairy, as fragile as it was, provided something more than just calories. It offered variety, comfort, and the illusion of abundance, a fond reminder of warmer months when the pastures were green and the cows were heavy with milk. In the cold silence of January, a wheel of cheese was as much a memory as it was a meal. You lean back, wipe your hands, and glance around the great hall. Servants are scraping the last bits of butter from their bowls. Nobles are sampling custards with small, delicate spoons, and the steward is taking mental notes of how quickly the large cheese wheel is shrinking. Every bite is both nourishment and a careful calculation, a step closer to spring or a misstep toward famine. The wind howls outside again, rattling the shutters violently. But for just a few moments, the taste of milk and butter has dulled the sharp edge of winter. And as you swallow the very last crumb, you understand that dairy was never a guaranteed thing in a medieval winter. But when it did appear, it brought with it the soft whisper of survival, all dressed up as comfort. You rise from the great hall and follow the earthy smell down into the lower chambers of the castle. The steps grow colder and colder with each descent, the torchlight flickering across the damp stone walls. Beneath the kitchens and the storerooms lies one of winter's quietest miracles, the root cellar. You have to duck through a low archway and you feel the change immediately. It's cool, damp, and heavy with the scent of soil and aging vegetables. This is where the castle's survival is hidden away, completely out of sight, yet always on the steward's mind. A clear fact from medieval household accounts is that root vegetables, parsnips, turnips, carrots, onions, and sometimes beets, were the absolute backbone of the winter diet right after bread. They could last for months if they were kept cool and dark, their sugars slowly concentrating as they aged. By January, these weren't fresh and crisp anymore, but wrinkled, tougher, and sweeter in their own unique way. They went straight into pottages and stews, softening in the pot until they practically melted into the broth. You stoop down to touch a parsnip. Its skin is pale and cracked, with soil still clinging to it. It looks tired, but it still holds the promise of precious calories. Imagine being a servant in January, pulling out a basket of these roots, and knowing that this is what will keep the children alive through the snow. No parsnip, no turnip, no supper. There's a delightful oddity here, too. Some chronicles describe how certain vegetables were deliberately buried back into mounds of earth or sand right inside the cellar, preserving them for longer by mimicking the soil they came from. You can picture baskets filled with damp sand, with turnips poking out like some kind of strange treasure, waiting for weeks or even months until someone's hunger forced them to the fire. It was a medieval refrigerator of sorts, but one that required daily vigilance to maintain. Yet, a lot of uncertainty clouds our modern understanding of this. Did castles truly manage to store enough vegetables for every single winter? Or were the cellars more symbolic than they were sufficient? Some scholars argue that the records tend to exaggerate the storage, suggesting that the spoilage rates were much higher than people were willing to admit. Others maintain that skilled stewards, especially in the wealthiest households, managed to stretch their root supplies until spring with remarkable success. Which version is closer to the truth? We're left peering through the cracks in the surviving inventories, unable to see the full picture. The cellar smells strong of damp stone, mildew, and the sharp, oniony tang that makes your eyes water somewhere in the darkness. You can hear rats scurrying, scratching for any crumbs they can find. Servants would keep cats to patrol these spaces, but it was always a constant battle. Every turnip that got nibbled was one less meal for a person. Every onion that was lost was another reminder that survival depends on vigilance just as much as it does on abundance. Back upstairs, the cook is sorting through a basket of the vegetables. They're chopped coarsely, with the skins left on and then tossed into a large, bubbling cauldron. They soften into the pottage, thickening the broth and lending a sweetness where the meat often fails. At the Lord's table, these very same roots might be roasted with meat drippings, presented with a garnish of herbs, or paired with rich sauces to make them appear more refined. But in their essence, they are the exact same food, rough, earthy, and incredibly dependable. What might surprise you is how important onions and garlic were in this mix. Not only did they flavor the otherwise bland stew, but they were also believed to hold medicinal power. A clove of garlic boiled with some turnips wasn't just a seasoning. It was thought to guard against illness during the cold season. Eating vegetables in this sense became both nourishment and medicine, a way to battle the invisible dangers of winter. The servants are now ladling the pottage into wooden bowls. You watch the steam rise, and you can smell the sweet carrot mingled with the pungent leek. The texture is mushy, almost like a porridge, but it fills the belly. The children are dipping their bread into the broth, softening the hard crust, their faces brightening with each and every mouthful. For them, this is warmth itself. Yet down here in the cellar, the reality remains stark and unforgiving. Each week, the piles of vegetables shrink. Each basket empties a little more. Each onion that sprouts signals that the food is turning unfit to eat. By February, a sense of desperation starts to creep in. The stews grow thinner, and the bowls contain more liquid than they do root. Hunger gnaws at the household, even as the lords try to mask it with more ceremony. The steward, walking through these chambers with a single lantern, counts every sack and every barrel. He knows that each missing turnip shortens the castle's endurance just a little bit more. His quiet arithmetic is a silent act of war against famine. You can imagine him standing here in the silence, listening to the drip of water down the walls, wondering if the cellars will stretch far enough to see another spring. Still, the ingenuity of it all impresses you. These roots that seem so humble, even boring, hold life within their wrinkled skins. In a world without refrigerators, without supermarkets, and without daily markets in the deep snow, these vegetables meant the difference between starvation and survival. You run your hand across the rough weave of a basket, feel the damp weight of the soil still clinging to it, and realize that in this frozen world, every turnip is a treasure and every carrot is a jewel. They are not delicacies by any stretch, but they are endurance made edible, a hidden strength buried beneath the stone and snow. The wind howls above the ground, rattling the shutters and shaking the banners. But down here, the cellar remains steady. It smells of the earth, it tastes of resilience, and it is quietly carrying the castle towards spring. You leave the root cellar behind and climb back up toward the kitchens, where the scent shifts from earthy to something fresher and much greener. Despite the snow piling up high outside, there are still some vegetables that find their way onto the castle's tables in winter, stubborn plants that simply refuse to give in to the frost. You can spot the piles now: cabbages, leeks, kale, and sometimes hardy herbs still clinging to life in the sheltered corners of the garden. They may not look elegant, but their sheer persistence makes them incredibly precious. It's clear from countless medieval household accounts that cabbages and leeks were absolutely central to the winter diets. Cabbages stored well when they were kept cool, their tight heads layered like natural containers, while leeks could be pulled even from the frozen ground with enough determination. They appear again and again in recipes for winter stews, pottages, and broths, stretching out whatever meat or grain might be available at the time. Without them, the meals would quickly grow thinner and far less nourishing. As you peer closer at the leaves of a cabbage that's been hauled into the kitchen, you notice their roughness, their toughness. This isn't the tender lettuce you're used to seeing in modern salads. It's chewy, fibrous, and has a sharp bite to it. When it's boiled long enough, it finally softens into submission, releasing a sulfurous smell that fills the entire hall. When it's blended with onions or garlic, it becomes hearty, almost sweet, a lifeline in the form of a broth. Here's an oddity that's worth mentioning. In some places, cabbages were considered to be just as medicinal as they were edible. Physicians at the time claimed they helped to balance the humors of the body, curing ailments that ranged from headaches to indigestion. Just imagine slurping down your third bowl of boiled cabbage that week and consoling yourself with the thought that at least it might be healing your melancholy. But the exact role of these vegetables is not fully agreed upon. Some researchers insist that they were a daily staple for both the nobles and the servants, while others argue that they were viewed as a poor man's food and were avoided by the upper classes except in times of real shortage. Did the Lord genuinely enjoy his leek pottage, or did he just tolerate it as a necessary filler? The truth may lie somewhere in between, shaped by region, climate, and personal taste. The smell in the kitchen grows strong as the cabbages are chopped and thrown into the cauldrons. You watch as the green leaves wilt, turning limp and dark. The leeks are sliced into rings, their white stalks melting into the broth, their flavor rich and oniony. Together, they create a pottage that simmers all day long, fed with scraps of bread or bones, and then served to the servants in steaming bowls that warm their cold hands. The high table, of course, receives something a little more refined. A leek tart thickened with eggs and cream might appear, or cabbages dressed with a sauce of butter and herbs. The presentation becomes a way of disguising the plainness of the ingredient itself. But at their heart, both the rich and the poor are chewing on the same hardy greens, bound together by the stubborn resilience of the plants that survived the snow. What might catch you off guard is the noise. The kitchen rings with the sound of chopping knives, the hiss of the boiling cauldrons, and the voices of the dairy maids and cooks exchanging quick instructions. There's laughter here, too, because even in times of scarcity, a cabbage soup bubbling away in a pot feels like reassurance. The servants lean over the steam, inhaling it deeply, their cheeks turning pink from the heat after spending hours in the freezing corridors. When the bowls are finally ladled out, the scene shifts to the great hall once more. You dip your spoon into the thick broth, the steam warming your face. The taste is simple, earthy, and slightly bitter at first, but then it starts to grow on you. When it's paired with bread, it fills you, not with a sense of luxury, but with the feeling that the castle can endure for another day. Children sip it greedily, wiping their mouths with the backs of their hands, while the elders nod, satisfied to taste something beyond just salt and brine. The debate about how these vegetables were perceived still lingers among scholars. Some argue that manuscripts and cookbooks underreport their use simply because they were too ordinary to record, the daily fare of commoners rather than the glamorous dishes of the nobles. Others suggest the opposite, that their medicinal and symbolic importance made them more valued than we might assume today. The truth, as always, remains murky, caught somewhere between everyday necessity and cultural bias. Still, you can't deny their value. In a world where freshness was fleeting, cabbages and leeks stood strong. They were humble, yes, but their very humility made them powerful. Without them, the pottage would collapse into just thin, flavorless water, and winter would gnaw away at empty stomachs. As you finish your bowl, you notice how the warmth spreads through your chest, slower than wine would, but much steadier. The wind rattles the shutters again. Snow whirls around in the courtyard, but you feel anchored and sustained. These greens may not dazzle you, but they certainly do endure. And in winter, endurance is the greatest feast of all. The steam rising from the cauldron thickens, and you realize that not everyone in the castle tasted meat or even cabbages dressed in cream. For most of the servants, soldiers, and workers, the daily meal boiled down to a single, reliable dish: pottage. It was thin, watery, and endlessly adaptable. It was both a curse and a comfort. The hall may echo with the crack of joints being carved at the high table, but for the majority sitting further down, their world is a bowl of stew that rarely ever changed. The hard truth, well attested by medieval records, is that pottage fed the bulk of the population. Grain, roots, greens, and whatever scraps of fat or bone the kitchen could spare all went into the pot, bubbling together into a dish that might be thick and nourishing one day, but watery and sad the next. It wasn't glamorous by any means, but it filled the belly, and that was enough. You take a seat near the servant's end of the table, a wooden bowl in your hand. The liquid is hot, almost too hot to touch. The steam makes your face prickle. You take a sip, and the taste is bland, onions, cabbage, a whisper of barley. If you're lucky, there's a single shred of salted meat or a lump of cheese stirred in, but often it's just vegetables stretched thin across way too much water. The texture is soft, almost a mush, and it slides down your throat quickly. Your hunger makes you grateful, even as your tongue longs for more flavor. Here's a detail that might amuse you a little. Some recipes for pottage included whatever herbs grew nearby, and that sometimes meant stinging nettles. Imagine being served a soup made with leaves that could sting your fingers raw if you touched them fresh. Once they were boiled, they lost their bite, but the very idea of eating nettles tells you just how resourceful medieval cooks had to be. Nothing green was allowed to go to waste, not when the snow was covering all the fields. Still, scholars puzzle over the exact role of pottage in noble households. Was it truly the main meal for everyone except the lord and his immediate family? Or was it more universal, eaten even at the high table, but just dressed up with richer additions? Some accounts describe fine pottages made with almonds, spices, and saffron, which were clearly designed for elite palates. Others suggest that noble families avoided the dish altogether, seeing it as the food of servants. The evidence is contradictory, leaving us to imagine both possibilities simmering side by side. The kitchens reveal another side of the story. You watch as the pot is stirred constantly, the thick liquid sticking to the bottom if it's neglected for even a moment. The cooks drop in old bread crusts, bones, and any scraps left over from earlier meals. It's less of a recipe and more of a ritual, a way of recycling all the castle's food into one single dish that never stops cooking. The pot might bubble away from dawn until dusk, its contents changing slightly as new ingredients are added and old ones are ladled out. It was a kind of medieval slow cooker, endlessly being replenished. The servants gather around, bowls in hand, slurping noisily. Their laughter is tired but genuine, their hunger dulled for now. Children scoop the mush up with bread, softening their hard crusts in the broth, while the older men chew slowly, grateful for the warmth. The communal nature of the dish is striking. Everyone here shares from the very same pot. Everyone's portion looks more or less the same. Hunger has a way of leveling the ranks, if only for a brief moment. You take another spoonful, and the taste seems to deepen. There's a hint of garlic perhaps, or maybe it's just the strong flavor of a leek that's been boiled down until it completely disintegrates. It's not much, but it warms your throat and spreads a feeling of comfort through your chest. You realize that pottage isn't about delight. It's about survival made bearable. An unusual practice pops into your mind. Some households used beer or ale to thin their pottage instead of water, giving it a sour tang and an extra boost of calories. Just imagine sipping your bowl and tasting the faint hints of yeast and malt beneath all the vegetables. It sounds strange, but it turned dinner into something just a bit more filling, especially when food was running particularly low. But the question remains, was pottage a symbol of poverty, or was it simply the default diet of the winter? Chroniclers often ignored it, preferring to describe the lavish feasts that made their patrons look generous. Yet the archaeological record, with its pits full of charred grains and vegetable remnants, suggests otherwise. Pottage was the steady hum of daily life, a background rhythm so constant that it often went unnoticed by the pens of the elite. It fed the castles just as surely as it fed the villages. Back in the hall, the difference is crystal clear. The lord is cutting into a roast, its juices running freely, and laughter is echoing all around him. You and the others are chewing slowly on your stewed cabbage and barley, pretending not to notice. But even here, there is comfort in the shared experience. The taste may be plain, but the act of sitting together with bowls steaming in your hands builds a certain kind of fellowship. Hunger is always less sharp when it's endured as a group. The wind outside howls again, rattling the shutters, but the warmth of the pot steadies you. You look down at your empty bowl, scrape the last soggy chunk of bread from the bottom, and swallow. It's not a feast, but it's enough. In the end, pottage isn't remembered for its flavor or its beauty. It's remembered for its constancy, for showing up day after day, pot after pot, all through the worst of the winter. A bowl of stew, humble and steaming, carried entire households across the frozen months. And as you set down your bowl, you realize that in this castle, survival has always simmered quietly at the bottom of a pot. The scent in the hall shifts again, this time towards something exotic, unfamiliar, and almost theatrical. The familiar smoke of cabbage, the brine of fish, and the heavy salt of pork have all been dulled by sheer routine. But now, a sharper, sweeter fragrance cuts right through the air. You catch it long before the platters even arrive. A pinch of pepper, a curl of cinnamon, the earthy bite of saffron. Suddenly, the castle feels less like a stone fortress in the snow and more like a portal to faraway lands. One fact the records make impossible to ignore is this: imported spices were not only flavoring agents, but they were also powerful symbols of power. Peppercorns from India, cloves from the Moluccas, saffron threads from Spain or even beyond. They all traveled thousands of miles before being poured onto these trenchers. To taste them in a frozen hall was to taste wealth itself, proof that your household's reach extended deep into the world's most important trade routes. You lean forward and inhale deeply as the Lord's dish is placed on the dais. The meat glistens, sprinkled with saffron that dyes the broth a brilliant golden color. For just a moment, the bleakness of the winter seems very far away. The color and the aroma lift the mood, creating the illusion of summer sunshine that's been bottled in a tiny spice jar. What might raise your eyebrows is how these precious seasonings were used, not only to impress or to delight, but often to disguise. Salted meat that had gone slightly off. Just add some pepper. Fish that was a little too briny. Cinnamon might soften the blow. Almond milk thickened with saffron could turn an otherwise unappetizing pottage into something that resembled a luxury. Imagine chewing through a piece of half-rancid beef while convincing yourself that the pepper burn on your tongue is actually a desirable flavor. Still, the question of how widespread these spices really were remains unsettled. Some scholars suggest that only the wealthiest castles could afford to use them regularly, while others argue that pepper was common enough to appear even in middling households, though in much smaller amounts. Did the servants ever get to taste saffron, Or was it locked firmly away at the Lord's end of the table? The accounts are contradictory, leaving us to wonder whether spices were daily enhancements or just rare performances of wealth. You take a piece of bread and dab it into the sauce that's dripping from the Lord's dish. The taste absolutely explodes in your mouth, sharp, hot, and slightly sweet. Your tongue tingles in ways that no cabbage stew ever could. It's intoxicating, distracting, and even a little bit addictive. No wonder the nobles prized these flavors so highly. They broke the monotony of salted meat and boiled roots, turning every single bite into something dramatic. The kitchens are bustling like a theater backstage. Mortars and pestles are grinding continuously, with cooks arguing over the right proportions. The golden powder of saffron stains their fingers, while peppercorns crack loudly beneath heavy stones. The noise is sharp and rhythmic, filling the room with the music of preparation. Servants carry in trays of almond paste, sugar loaves shaved into delicate dust, and jars of preserved ginger. It's chaos with a purpose, a frenzy designed to transform plain food into a spectacle. A curious practice surfaces here. Some lords measured their wealth not in coins, but in the variety of spices they could serve at their feasts. Whole peppercorns were counted out like jewels, and saffron threads were weighed like gold. In some households, guests were deliberately shown the jars of spice before they started dining, as if to remind them that this castle's reach extended all the way across seas and deserts. Food became a form of theater, and the spices were the bright stage lights. But while the nobles reveled in all this, the servants at the lower tables got very little of the glamour. Their pottage might receive a light dusting of herbs, or if they were incredibly lucky, a tiny pinch of leftover pepper that was swept from the mortar. For them, spices were just a faint echo of wealth, something that was smelled more often than it was ever tasted. The hierarchy of the castle was written not only in where you sat, but also in how your food burned or failed to burn your tongue. You glance at the Lord now as he raises a goblet of spiced wine. Cinnamon and cloves are floating in the liquid, releasing a warmth that smells festive even in the dead of winter. His laughter rings out, and his guests nod appreciatively as the illusion of abundance grows ever stronger. The hall is no warmer, and the snow outside is no less deep, but the taste of saffron has tricked everyone into believing that comfort is still possible. The debate among historians lingers on. Did spices primarily function as status symbols, rarely ever tasted by ordinary mouths, or did they seep more broadly into medieval diets through expanded trade and cheaper access to things like pepper? The evidence suggests that both realities existed, depending on the household. In either case, the symbolism of it all mattered just as much as the taste. To serve saffron in January was to proclaim a victory over distance, time, and hunger. You chew another bite and notice how the flavors linger long after the meat itself is gone. It isn't just nourishment, it's a sensory escape, a powerful reminder that the world is much larger than the frozen moat just outside the castle walls. Spices carry you, if only in your imagination, to lands where the snow never falls, and the markets are overflowing with vibrant color. But soon the platters are cleared away, the exotic aromas fade, and the beautiful illusion breaks. You look around and see the same cold stone walls, the same drafts sneaking in through the cracks, and the same weary faces of the servants as they scrape the bowls clean. Survival still depends on salted meat and cabbage stew. Yet you can't shake the thought that these spices, these tiny, precious fragments of distant worlds, gave people more than just taste. They gave them hope. They gave color to the grayest months of the year, a spark to the dullest meals. In a season where the sameness of everything threatened to crush morale, a simple sprinkle of pepper or saffron made life feel rich again, even if it was only for an hour. As you sip the last of the spiced wine, the warmth spreads through your chest, softening the chill. You realize that spices were more than just food. They were stories, memories, and promises of elsewhere. And in the middle of a freezing castle, that might have been their greatest gift of all. The feast lingers in your senses, but after the spice has faded, another liquid companion takes the stage, one that never truly leaves the castle table. You lift a wooden cup, take a sniff, and then a sip. The taste is faintly sour, a little bit sweet, and far safer than anything that could be drawn from the well. This is ale, sometimes called small beer, the everyday drink that flowed more reliably than water itself. A clear pattern emerges in the medieval records. People of every single rank drank ale on a daily basis. It was considered much safer than water, which could easily be contaminated by waste from both humans and animals alike. Brewing, even when it was crude, boiled away the dangers and turned simple grain into liquid nourishment. Adults, children, nobles, and servants all consumed it, though the strength and the quality of it varied wildly depending on your status and the circumstances. You take another sip and notice how weak and thin it is. The alcohol content is very low, barely enough to blur your vision, but that was never the point. This small beer was for hydration as much as it was for indulgence, providing calories in a liquid form. It filled bellies, it kept thirst at bay, and it made life in the freezing stone halls just a little more bearable. Here's one detail that might make you smile. Brewing wasn't only the work of professional alewives or monastery brewers. In some castles, every kitchen maid was expected to know the basics of fermenting grains into a drink. Some batches would turn out sweet and smooth, while others would be sharp and vinegary, but all of them were consumed with very little hesitation. Imagine living in a place where drinking water straight from the well was considered reckless, but giving your child a mug of beer before bed was completely and totally ordinary. But there's still some disagreement about the exact role of ale in the castle diets. Did the servants truly drink it at every single meal, or was it rationed more carefully than we might assume? Some historians argue that the lower quality ale was brewed in huge quantities and ladled out on a daily basis, while others suggest it was much scarcer in the winter, forcing people to stretch out the thinner batches. The truth likely lies somewhere between these two views, shaped by the size of the household and the available stores of grain. The brewing process itself was quite a spectacle. Down in the castle's brewhouse, huge cauldrons would be boiling with malted barley. Steam filled the chamber, smelling sweet and earthy, a stark contrast to the acrid smoke of the kitchens. Large wooden tubs lined the walls, frothing with fermenting liquid, a sour tang rising as the yeast did its quiet work. Servants moved around constantly, stirring, skimming, and transferring the liquid from one vessel to another. The process was laborious, but it was continuous. There could be no pause in the brewing, when dozens of thirsty mouths depended on the drink. At the high table, the ale could be clear and golden, flavored with imported hops or herbs like rosemary and sage. For the servants, the drink was cloudy, gritty, and sometimes sour enough to make your lips pucker. But either way, it warmed the body and softened the sharp edges of daily life. You take another sip and feel it spread, not as a fiery heat, but as a mellow and welcome comfort. The conversation in the hall grows louder, with laughter rising and arguments softening. Ale loosened tongues and eased tempers, playing its own important role in the social rhythm of the castle. Without it, the long winter nights would have been far gloomier. There's an amusing tidbit from some of the chronicles, records of ale rations being so large that by modern standards, each adult was consuming several liters a day. Of course, much of it was very low in alcohol, closer to a liquid bread than a modern beer. Still, the sheer volume of it is staggering. Just picture a castle where everyone, from the lord down to the scullion, walks around with a faint, pleasant buzz, the hall echoing with cheerful slurs instead of grim silence. And yet, ale wasn't invincible. Grain shortages in years with bad harvests meant that the brewing had to be cut back, and households sometimes had to stretch their supplies by thinning the batches almost to water. In those winters, the ale was no longer an indulgence, but just a pale imitation of itself, reminding everyone that their survival teetered on the very edge. Some scholars point out another uncertainty. How common was the addition of herbs or fruit to liven up the flavor? Recipes do survive for what was called gruit ale, which was brewed with mixtures of heather, yarrow, or bog myrtle. But whether these were everyday drinks or special festival luxuries remains unclear. The evidence is tantalizing but incomplete, like half-finished mugs that were left behind centuries ago. You glance around the hall. Children are sipping weak ale from their wooden cups, the liquid sloshing around as they giggle. The servants are guzzling theirs more greedily, their cheeks flushed from the drink. The lord is raising a goblet that's filled with something much stronger, perhaps an imported wine, but even he doesn't refuse the ale. It's the one drink that truly unites the castle, cutting across rank, age, and role. The noise rises higher now, the hall alive with chatter. Dogs are barking beneath the tables, servants are jostling for space, and the fire is roaring its defiance against the cold. All of it is softened by the steady, comforting presence of ale, a background hum of fermentation that has flowed through human history for centuries. You set down your cup, feel the slight buzz in your head, and you smile. It's not about getting drunk. It's about staying alive, staying hydrated, and staying just a little bit happier in the face of the endless snow. Ale isn't a luxury here. It's routine survival and a kind of quiet joy poured into every single wooden cup. The hall begins to quiet down after the ale is poured, but at the lord's end of the table, the servants are carrying in something far more refined. The wooden cups of cloudy beer look incredibly humble compared to the gleaming pitchers now being placed near the high dais. The liquid inside is darker, richer, and in the dim light of the torches, it almost seems to glow like a ruby. The lords and ladies murmur with anticipation as wine takes its turn to command the great hall. One truth from the ledgers of wealthy castles is perfectly clear. Imported wine was the drink of status. Unlike ale, which could be brewed right on site, wine often had to travel hundreds of miles before it reached a northern fortress. Barrels would arrive from France, Spain, or the Rhineland, carried by cart and river barge, then hauled across muddy tracks until they finally rattled their way into the cellar. To uncork a barrel of wine in January was to announce your wealth as much as your taste. You watch as the steward inspects the casks that are stored in the castle's undercroft. The air is cool and damp, perfect for storage, though hardly as controlled as a modern wine cellar. The wooden staves creak, the iron hoops are rusting, and the wine inside is aging unevenly. Some of the barrels are still sound, yielding deep and fruity flavors, while others have turned sour, their liquid now closer to vinegar than to a fine vintage. And here lies a curious fact. Sour wine wasn't always wasted. Instead, it was often mixed with water, herbs, or honey to make possets or other spiced drinks, disguising its flaws with sweetness or spice. In a world where absolutely nothing could be spared, even spoiled wine had its role to play. Picture a servant sipping a cup of mulled wine that had more in common with a vinegar punch, while the nobles were lifting goblets of the finer vintage. Yet historians still puzzle over how often the nobles in Northern Europe truly drank wine during the long winters. Some argue that only the very richest castles could afford to maintain steady supplies, while others note that even middling estates sometimes prioritized wine imports just to display their status during feasts. Did wine flow every night, or was it rationed carefully for festivals and holy days? The surviving records don't fully agree on the matter. Back in the hall, the difference in rank is sharp and unmistakable. At the high table, the goblets are made of silver or pewter, polished until they catch the firelight. The wine is poured carefully, almost ceremonially. Down the hall, the servants are sipping their small beer from simple wooden mugs, glancing occasionally at the red liquid gleaming up above. The divide between ale and wine is more than just a matter of taste. It's hierarchy, distilled into a liquid form. You take a sip of the wine that has somehow made its way into your cup. It's sharp at first and slightly rough around the edges, but it's warmer than the ale, heavier, filling your mouth with a surprising complexity. There's a faint note of smoke, perhaps from the barrels themselves, and a sweetness underneath that surprises you. It tastes of faraway lands, of vineyards growing under a warm sun rather than under a blanket of snow. In that moment, the hall feels just a little less bleak. The kitchens are contributing too, heating up wine with spices to create mulled drinks called hippocras. You can hear the pestle grinding again, as cloves and cinnamon are cracked into a fine powder, mixed with honey, and then stirred into steaming cups. The scent spreads through the entire hall, and suddenly even the drafty space smells festive. The nobles are smiling more, their laughter is louder, and their cheeks are red not just from the fire, but from the strong drink. A quirky detail emerges here. In some households, spiced wine was so highly prized that it was served at the very end of feasts as a kind of dessert, both sweet and warming. Guests would judge a host's generosity by the quality of the hippocras that was offered. Just imagine the pressure on a steward to ensure that the final sip lingered pleasantly. sending the guests home with memories not of the cold, but of a honeyed warmth. Meanwhile, in the storerooms, the servants have to guard the barrels very carefully. Wine casks could leak, crack, or be pilfered by thirsty workers. To prevent any loss, some stewards would seal the barrels with wax or even station guards at the cellar door. Each missing cup was seen as an insult to the Lord's wealth, so the responsibility weighed heavily. You can picture a young kitchen boy sneaking a taste from a tap, only to find himself whipped for daring to steal a single drop of status. Yet for all its glamour, wine was incredibly fickle. Unlike beer, it didn't always last through the entire winter. By February, the best casks might be all gone, leaving only the sour remnants behind. The contrast between December's rich Hippocras and March's thin, vinegary dregs must have been disheartening. Still, the nobles insisted on maintaining their wine stocks, even when importing them strained the estate's purse. To be without wine was to admit a certain kind of weakness. The debate among specialists continues. Did wine genuinely become a staple at noble tables, or was it always a luxury that was reserved for display? Some argue that the northern castles gradually integrated it into their daily meals, while others maintain that it was mostly ceremonial, consumed only in limited quantities. Whatever the case may be, its symbolic power cannot be denied. Back in the hall, you cradle your cup, feeling the warmth of the drink spread all through your chest. The chatter grows louder, the shadows seem softer, and for a brief moment you forget about the ice that's pressing at the walls. Wine is more than just a drink. It's an illusion, a transformation of the atmosphere. It brings a taste of the vineyards into a world of snow, a sense of abundance where scarcity truly rules. The servants are clearing the tables now, carrying away the empty goblets and mugs. Dogs are licking at the spilled drops on the floor, their tongues stained faintly red. The fire crackles louder, the hall buzzing with a quiet contentment. You set down your cup and feel a brief calm wash over you, as though the castle itself has just exhaled. Wine may not last the winter. It may sour, spoil, or vanish into thirsty mouths. But for the nights when it does flow, it brings with it more than just nourishment. It brings spectacle, warmth, and a fleeting sense that the world beyond the snow is still within reach. The fire flickers lower, casting long shadows on the stone walls, but the meal is not yet finished. After all the salted meat, the cabbage stews, and even the sharp burn of wine, another craving creeps forward, a craving for sweetness. In a world without refined sugar, that craving is satisfied by one golden treasure, honey. You watch as a servant carries in a clay pot, its lid carefully sealed with wax. When it is finally cracked open, the smell is unmistakable, floral, rich, and thick with promise. One certainty from medieval sources is that honey was the primary sweetener of Europe long before sugar became widespread. Every castle that could possibly keep bees did so, often in wicker skeps that were placed near gardens or orchards. The honey that was collected in the summer was stored carefully, dripped into pots, and hoarded away like treasure. In the biting cold of January, a spoonful of it was more than just food. It was comfort, medicine, and luxury all in equal measure. You dip your finger into the sticky liquid and have a taste. It coats your tongue, heavy and slow, clinging for longer than the wine or the ale ever did. For a moment, It feels like sunlight that's been stored in an edible form, a sweet reminder of buzzing summer fields that are now long buried under the snow. Its sweetness is almost overwhelming after so many weeks of salted and sour flavors. A curious little twist emerges here. Beeswax, the byproduct of honey, was just as valuable as the honey itself. It became the candles for the chapel, the salves for cracked skin, and even the polish for armor. In a sense, the hive fed both the body and the soul, offering both sweetness and light during the darkest months of the year. But the scale of honey use in castles remains a subject of debate. Some historians suggest that honey was plentiful in the more rural estates, available even to the lower ranks, while others argue that it was carefully rationed, reserved only for the noble tables and the medicine chests. Did the scullions ever get to taste it, or did they just watch enviously as the golden drops disappeared into the Lord's custard? The answer shifts depending on the records, leaving us with a sweet uncertainty. Beyond the honey itself lay its spirited cousin, mead. You can hear the sound of clay cups clinking, the liquid inside a golden amber color. Mead was simply honey that had been fermented into alcohol, producing a drink that was both sweet and intoxicating. Unlike ale, which was weak and an everyday drink, mead carried a hint of festivity with it and was often reserved for feasts and special celebrations. In winter, when joy felt particularly scarce, a cup of mead could lift spirits higher than most foods ever could. The taste of mead is rich, thicker than wine, sweet yet sharp with the tang of fermentation. You can just imagine the servants whispering prayers of thanks when the steward finally opened a cask, knowing that the night ahead would be warmer, louder, and much happier. Mead was more than just a drink. It was a mood, capable of transforming a silent hall into a buzzing hive of laughter. The kitchens knew countless ways to use honey beyond just making drinks. It was drizzled on fresh cheese to disguise any sourness, stirred into pottage for the sick, or mixed with herbs to make a syrup for coughs. Honey was medicine as much as it was an indulgence, prescribed by physicians for everything from sore throats to melancholy. Imagine swallowing a spoonful of it by the fire, your chest easing not only from the sweetness, but also from the firm belief that it carried a healing power within it. At the high table, the experiments with honey grew even more elaborate. There were honey cakes spiced with cinnamon if the larder permitted, custards thickened with eggs and sweetened with the golden syrup, and even roasted meats glazed in honey, gleaming under the bright torchlight. Each dish sent a clear message. This household could turn survival into pleasure, even in the middle of January. Meanwhile, at the lower tables, the sweetness came much more rarely. Perhaps a dollop of honey was stirred into the porridge for a child, or a lick of wax was scraped from a jar by a tired servant. Yet even those tiny tastes lingered, memorable in ways that the salted beef never could be. Sweetness was an event. What might surprise you is how honey also carried a significant symbolic weight. Monks would keep bees in their cloisters, linking honey to purity and spiritual light. Honey also appeared in wedding feasts as a blessing of fertility. It even inspired the term honeymoon, when couples would drink mead to sweeten the first month of their marriage. Every single golden drop carried cultural echoes that went far beyond its simple taste. The cellar tells its own story. Pots of honey are stored carefully in the cool darkness, their lids sealed with wax, each one watched over closely by the steward. Spoilage was rare since honey naturally resists decay, but theft was common. Sweetness tempted even the most obedient servant, and the punishments for stealing honey could be incredibly harsh. Imagine the risk of dipping a spoon into that pot, knowing that discovery meant a whipping, but the temptation still winning out anyway. Scholars continue to debate just how often honey and mead actually appeared in daily castle life. Were they just occasional treats, or were they regular companions at the table? The evidence is patchy, but the symbolism of them endures. Honey meant hope, a sweetness to counter the bitter cold, a light in the endless darkness. You take another sip of the mead, the warmth spreading all through you. The hall seems brighter, the laughter sounds louder, and even the dogs are begging happily at the edges of the table. For a little while, the monotony of the salted meat and the sour ale is completely forgotten. Sweetness has its own way of reshaping your memory, making the night feel softer than it really is. The fire pops, sending sparks flying upward. The servants are clearing away the bowls, still sticky with honey. The children are licking their fingers clean, and the Lord is smiling with satisfaction. The snow is still falling outside, relentless as ever, but in here, a golden liquid has created a bubble of warmth and joy. Honey doesn't fill bellies like bread does, nor does it preserve like salt. But in the middle of winter, it offers something that is just as essential: delight. And sometimes delight is what keeps the cold at bay long enough for the morning to come. The honey jars are sealed once more and carried back down to storage, but another sound breaks the lull of the hall: the cackle of hens. You turn your head toward the corner where some wicker baskets are sitting, with straw spilling out from their edges. A young boy is pulling out a small clutch of eggs, his hands incredibly careful, as though he were holding precious gems. In winter, those fragile shells are rarer than threads of saffron, each one a small miracle in the frozen months. It's well established that hens lay far fewer eggs during the winter. The short days, the cold temperatures, and the limited forage all slow their production down to almost nothing. A household might be able to gather dozens of eggs daily in the summer, but by January, only a handful will appear in the baskets. Each and every egg becomes precious, carefully counted, rationed, and often reserved for the Lord's family or for those who are sick. You cradle one in the palm of your hand and feel its delicate weight. Just imagine the excitement when a servant cracks open an egg in the middle of January, the yolk sliding into a custard or a tart. For a moment, the bleakness outside simply doesn't matter. Protein, richness, and color, all wrapped up in a fragile shell, bring a welcome variety to the otherwise monotonous meals. An unexpected quirk surfaces here. Some estates would store their eggs by coating them in wax, lime water, or ashes, extending their life for weeks beyond what was normal. The results weren't always pleasant, rubbery whites and odd flavors, but in desperate times they were still edible. You can picture a servant cracking into an egg that had been buried in lime since October, wrinkling his nose at the smell, but swallowing it gratefully anyway. But scholars remain divided over how widespread these preservation techniques really were. Were lime water eggs a common sight in the castle kitchens, Or were they just experimental practices that were mentioned rarely because of their mixed success? Some argue that preserved eggs appear more in theory than they do in reality, while others point to estate records that hint at their importance in rationing. The evidence leaves a shadow of doubt hanging over the whole practice. The kitchen smells different when eggs finally appear. The cook is whisking yolks into a mixture of almond milk, sugar, and spices to make a custard for the high table. The color glows golden in the dim firelight, a rare brightness in the middle of January. The nobles are savoring it with small spoons, each mouthful smooth and sweet. For them, an egg dish is not just nourishment, but a spectacle, proof that the castle can still afford a touch of delicacy, even in the leanest of times. Meanwhile, down at the servants' tables, eggs rarely ever appear in the bowls. Perhaps a scrap gets mixed into the pottage on feast days, or a broken egg is stirred into the dough for the bread. More often, the lower ranks simply had to watch as the eggs disappeared into the Lord's kitchen, their chance to taste one gone with the single crack of a shell. Children, however, sometimes fared a little better. Some accounts describe eggs being saved for the youngest or the sick, mixed into warm milk or broth to help build up their strength. Imagine a child clutching a wooden cup, sipping a mixture of egg and honey, their face brightening with every single swallow. In a world of scarcity, that small cup could feel like both medicine and a miracle combined. The hens themselves deserve a glance. You can picture them huddled together in coops lined with straw, their feathers all fluffed up against the cold. The grain that is scattered sparingly keeps them alive, but foxes are always prowling near the walls, and the bird's survival is never certain. Every cluck, every egg that's laid, carries a whisper of relief for the steward who is counting the supplies. Here's another curious note. In some traditions, eggs symbolized rebirth and resurrection long before the customs of Easter were solidified. To crack one open in the dead of winter was to taste the promise of spring, a reminder that life still persisted even when the snow had buried all the fields. Superstition, faith, and hunger all blurred into one as people treated eggs with a reverence that went far beyond their small size. You lift a spoonful of the custard and have a taste. It's silky, warm, and scented faintly with nutmeg. The sweetness coats your mouth and the richness of it lingers. It feels decadent, even slightly illicit. After so many bowls of cabbage and barley, you can understand why the nobles guarded their eggs so fiercely. They carried joy inside their fragile shells. But as the bowls are cleared away, you see how quickly the miracle fades. There are no more baskets full of eggs to replace what was eaten tonight. Only a few remain, guarded carefully in the steward's records, their fate already decided. The lower tables return to their bread and ale, their hands empty of yolks. The uncertainty continues among historians. Were eggs truly as scarce in all regions, or did the larger estates with better coops manage to maintain steadier supplies? Did the nobles exaggerate their rarity just to heighten the drama of their meals? These questions hover unresolved, like the sound of hens clucking faintly in the background of winter life. In the hall, the torches are dimming, and the servants are carrying the empty custard bowls away. You lean back, the taste still fresh on your tongue. It is a fleeting luxury, yes, but one that lights up the gloom for just a few moments. You realize that in a castle where survival often meant chewing your way through salt and cabbage, a single egg could carry the weight of hope. The snow outside is thickening, the night is deepening, and you can picture the hens settling down into their straw, their clucks soft, their eyes half closed. Somewhere in the dark, one of them might lay a new egg by morning. And in this world of scarcity, that one small sound could mean the difference between despair and delight. The clucking of the hens fades into the background, replaced now by a different sound, the distant bark of hounds and the hollow call of horns echoing from the frozen woods. In the dead of winter, when the salted stores are growing monotonous, the Lord's household looks outward for something fresher: game. Hunting was not merely a pastime. It was a declaration of power, a powerful reminder that the Lord commanded both the land and the life upon it. A fact that survives clearly in the medieval records is that winter hunts provided crucial bursts of fresh meat. Deer, wild boar, and sometimes even bears filled the larders when the regular stores began to dwindle. Hunting was restricted by law and by privilege. Peasants who were caught poaching risked being hanged or mutilated, but the Lord and his retinue could ride out whenever they pleased, claiming the forests as their own personal pantry. You can picture the scene. The snow crunches under the horses' hooves, the hounds snarl and bay, and the horns blare through the frosty air. The hunters, cloaked in heavy fur, press deep into the woods with their spears and bows. Clouds of their breath rise like smoke, mixing with the fog of the forest. The silence is suddenly broken with a shout as the hounds pick up a scent, and soon the chase thunders forward. For the Lord, it is sport, a spectacle, and a demonstration of his authority. For everyone else back in the castle, it is simply food. A curious note surfaces from the chronicles. Sometimes the animals were kept in enclosed hunting reserves, making the hunts less of a wild chase and more of a staged performance. The deer herds were semi-managed, ensuring that the Lord always had something to kill when important guests came to visit. Imagine calling it a hunt when the animals were practically waiting for you behind wooden fences. It was as much a form of theater as it was a way of getting sustenance. Yet, historians still argue over how significant these hunts really were to the castle's winter diet. Some claim that they were just occasional luxuries, adding a bit of glamour to the feasts, but not truly sustaining the household in the long term. Others insist that regular hunts, especially for deer and boar, contributed meaningful amounts of fresh meat all through the coldest months of the year. The truth is difficult to pin down, shaped by the region, the wealth of the household, and the Lord's appetite for both food and spectacle. Back in the kitchens, the results of the hunt arrive. A stag, massive and still steaming in the frosty air, is hauled across the stone floor. Its hide glistens, its blood a dark stain against the white snow. The butchery begins quickly, with knives flashing and steam rising from the carcass. The smell of iron fills the room, much stronger than anything salted. The cuts of meat are sorted. The haunches for roasting, the organs for stews, and the scraps for pies. Nothing is wasted, because fresh meat in January is a true treasure. The great hall erupts with excitement that evening when the venison arrives at the high table, roasted, basted with its own drippings, and spiced with pepper if it was available. It is carved right in front of the guests with great ceremony. The meat is darker, richer, and far juicier than anything that's been hauled out of a barrel of brine. The Lord is beaming, his knife glinting in the firelight as if to say, "Look, my lands still provide for us." Down the hall, the servants and guards receive smaller portions, bone stews, perhaps a slice or two of a venison pie, flavored with whatever scraps remained. Still, even a small taste of fresh game is a delight after months of nothing but salted pork. The children gnaw on the bones eagerly, sucking out the marrow, their fingers slick with grease. The dogs fight beneath the table for any scraps that fall, their tails wagging furiously. One odd custom appears in some of the records. The head of a boar, roasted whole and decorated with herbs or even gilded, was often presented at the Christmas feasts. It wasn't just food. It was pageantry, a symbol of ferocity that had been conquered and wealth that was being displayed. You can just imagine the stunned faces of the guests as the servants carry in a boar's head that's been crowned with rosemary, its tusks polished, and an apple stuffed in its mouth. Half horror, half wonder, and all of it designed to remind everyone of the Lord's dominance. The hunt also carried its own risks. A boar could easily gore a man, a deer could trample the hunters, and the icy forests held dangers of their own. Injuries were common, and sometimes they were fatal. The glamour of roasted venison hid the fact that each cut of meat might have cost someone their blood out on the snow. In that sense, hunting was more than just a sport. It was risk that had been turned into a feast, danger that had been swallowed and turned into strength. Scholars remain divided about whether these hunts truly alleviated the hunger, or if they simply heightened the spectacle. Was the venison stew at the servants' end of the hall really enough to stretch the larders? Or was it just a one-night feast that was quickly forgotten when the bread and cabbage returned? The debate lingers like the smoke from the hearth, unresolved but incredibly evocative. You lean over your trencher and take a bite of the roasted venison. It's tender compared to the salted beef, its juices soaking into the bread, its flavor wild and earthy. It tastes of pine and frost, of the forest itself that's been carried right into the hall. The warmth spreads quickly, a powerful reminder of what food can be when it's not bent and broken beneath the process of preservation. The mood in the hall begins to swell. The ale and wine are flowing more freely. The laughter is bursting out louder, and songs begin to rise. For one night, the castle forgets all about scarcity. Fresh game is not only nourishment but also morale, a reminder that life can still surprise you with its abundance. As the plates are emptied, the bones are thrown to the dogs, and the platters are scraped clean. The servants carry trays of the leftovers back to the kitchens, where the scraps will become tomorrow's pottage. Nothing is ever wasted, because tomorrow the feast will fade back into routine, and the salted barrels will once again define what survival means. You glance at the fire, see the sparks leap up, and you realize the symbolism of it all. The hunt is the Lord's declaration that the wilderness still bends to his will, that the forest can be turned into meat even in the middle of January. But beneath all the pageantry lies a much simpler truth. Without that fresh venison, the hunger would gnaw just a little sharper, the monotony would thicken, and the hope would grow just a little thinner. The horns outside have fallen silent. The hounds are curled up by the kitchen fire, their bellies full. The snow is still burying the world, but tonight, the castle has tasted the forest's gift. Fresh meat, both risk and reward, has carried everyone one step closer to spring. The memory of the hunt still lingers in the hall, the rich scent of roasted venison, the echo of horns fatting into the woods. But not every household could depend solely on deer and boar to keep their bellies full. You glance again toward the kitchens, where cages and coops reveal another clever strategy of survival. Here, the animals are smaller, tamer, and far more reliable than any stag out in the forest. Rabbits, pigeons, and even the occasional swan. Household records make one thing absolutely certain. Managed game was a cornerstone of the castle diets, especially during the bleakest weeks of winter. Unlike the uncertain hunt, rabbits were bred in controlled warrens, pigeons flocked predictably in their dovecotes, and swans floated on ponds that were reserved exclusively for the Lord's table. These creatures provided a source of fresh meat when the barrels of salted beef felt endless, and the wild hunts proved to be too dangerous in the snow and ice. You can picture the rabbit warren first. Small, earthen enclosures lined with wooden fences or stone walls, filled with rabbits darting in and out of their burrows. They might seem wild at a quick glance, but they were carefully managed, tended to, and sometimes even branded with cuts in their ears to mark their ownership. When food was needed, the servants would simply snare a few and carry them into the kitchen, their soft fur soon giving way to the stew pots. And here's a curious detail for you. Rabbit meat was considered to be particularly delicate, well suited for pies or roasted joints at the high table. Some sources suggest that the cooks would stuff the rabbits with herbs and dried fruit, turning a humble game animal into a true luxury. Down at the servants' end of the hall, however, the very same rabbits would become simple bone stews, their flavor stretched as far as possible with vegetables and bread. Two very different meals drawn from the very same creature. But specialists still argue over how widespread these warrens actually were. Were they a common feature in all castles, or were they limited to only the richest estates that had the space and the labor to manage them? Some archaeologists point to the remains of elaborate warren structures, while others note their complete absence in many regions. The picture is patchy, leaving us to imagine rabbits hopping around in some courtyards while being completely absent in others. Pigeons, too, provided a steady source of sustenance. Dovecotes, tower-like structures filled with hundreds of nesting niches, stood as powerful symbols of privilege. Only lords had the right to keep flocks that large, and their presence was more than just ornamental. Pigeon meat, though small, was tender and tasty, and the pigeon dung was highly prized as a fertilizer. You walk past the dovecote now and can hear the flutter of wings, the low cooing of birds that know nothing of winter scarcity. The kitchen receives pigeons on a daily basis, enough to prepare pies or stews for the high table. You can imagine one of the famous medieval delicacies, a pigeon pie with a decorative crust, with steam escaping through little holes that were shaped like birds. Guests would marvel at the presentation before they even started digging in, impressed not only by the taste, but also by the sheer display of wealth that keeping pigeons represented. The servants sitting further down the hall might receive only the bony remains, boiled down into a thin broth. Then there are the swans, stranger still to our modern tastes, but considered great delicacies in the medieval world. To serve a roasted swan at a winter feast was to make a powerful statement. The bird would often arrive at the high table redressed in its own feathers for show, as if to say, "This is not only meat, but majesty itself." You can just picture the stunned hush in the hall as the gleaming bird is carried forward, its long neck gracefully arched, its feathers gleaming with gilded tips. It is a spectacle as much as it is a source of nourishment. Yet, questions still remain. How often were swans actually eaten? Some argue that they were largely ceremonial, trotted out only for Christmas or weddings rather than for daily fare. Others point to estate accounts that list official swan keepers, suggesting that the birds were maintained on a regular basis. The reality may have shifted from one castle to another, with some households seeing the swan as rare pageantry and others as a recurring dish. Back in the kitchen, the smells of roasting rabbit, stewing pigeon, and basting swan are all mingling strangely. The fat is dripping, the herbs are crackling, and the air is thickening with scents that are far fresher than salted pork. The servants are rushing to prepare the sauces, pepper, vinegar, or even almond milk mixtures to elevate the flavor even further. The clatter of the pans and the flutter of the feathers remind you that meat doesn't always have to come from barrels or from hunts. Sometimes it is cultivated right there in the castle yard. You take a bite of the rabbit pie. The crust is flaky, and the filling is rich with meat, onions, and perhaps a few dried currants. The flavor is delicate, much lighter than the venison, yet still very satisfying. Another spoonful of the pigeon stew follows. It's stronger, gamier, but incredibly warming. At last, you try a morsel of the swan. It's tougher than you expected, but it's been flavored with spices that make it taste more exotic than it actually is. Each bite tells the same story. Survival, but dressed up very differently depending on your rank. What might amuse you is that the swan, despite all its grandeur, was often less tasty than the rabbit or the pigeon. Some diners described it as being greasy or stringy, much more impressive on the table than it was in the mouth. Yet that didn't really matter. The spectacle of it all outweighed the flavor. To serve a swan was to prove your status, even if the guests secretly preferred the rabbit. The servants are eating much more humbly. Their stew contains rabbit bones, pigeon wings, and scraps of offal. Still, the broth is rich and fresher than the salted meat, and they slurp it down with gratitude. The children are gnawing on the pigeon bones, their cheeks sticky with grease, with the dogs snapping eagerly beneath their feet. For them, these smaller animals are not symbols at all. They are just calories, warmth, and strength against the cold. Scholars still puzzle over whether the lower ranks of a castle ever regularly tasted these creatures. Were they just rare treats that were handed down as leftovers? Or were the warrens and dovecotes productive enough to feed everyone? The truth is uncertain, lost in the incomplete accounts of the time. But it is easy to imagine scraps of the pigeon stew trickling down, the bones sucked clean by those who rarely ever got to taste fresh flesh. The hall fills with noise again, with cups clinking and laughter rising. Tonight, the castle feels more alive than it did yesterday, more varied in its meals and more hopeful in its mood. Rabbits, pigeons, and swans may not rival venison in their grandeur, but they provide what the salted stores simply cannot: variety, freshness, and the wonderful illusion of abundance right in the middle of winter. You glance at the steward's records, his quill scratching across the parchment. Every rabbit is counted, every pigeon is noted, and every swan is tracked. For him, these creatures are not just food. They are arithmetic, another calculation in the endless effort to stretch the supplies until spring finally arrives. The torches are dimming, and the hall is growing quieter, but your belly is warmer than it was before. You realize that survival in a medieval castle wasn't only about barrels of salted meat or sacks of grain. It was also about the clever management of smaller lives, soft-furred, feathered, and sometimes regal. Each creature brought with it a little closer the hope that the snow would one day melt and the fields would turn green once again. The smell of the roasting swan lingers faintly in the high rafters, but as the laughter quiets down and the fire burns lower, the attention shifts to a different kind of store. The heavy barrels and the salt cellars all have their place, but hidden away in sacks and baskets are treasures that carry a different kind of sweetness. You follow a servant down into the storerooms again, where the air smells of dust, wood, and something faintly fruity. Here lie the preserved fruits, all dried and wrinkled, but still carrying the memory of summer within them. Estate records confirm that fruit preservation was a common practice in medieval castles. Apples, pears, plums, and sometimes cherries were all dried in the late summer and then packed away for the winter. They were strung on cords, laid out in cloth sacks, or stored in wooden boxes with layers of straw between them. Their skins shrank and their flesh toughened, but they remained edible, offering a burst of sweetness long after the orchards had frozen bare. You pick up a slice of dried apple. It's leathery and darker than a fresh one, but when you take a bite, the flavor is surprisingly strong, tart, concentrated with a hint of smoke from the drying process. It clings to your teeth, sticky and sweet, but the taste carries with it the memory of sunlight, orchards, and warmth, right into the frozen depths of January. There's a curious note that pops up in some of the household manuals. Some cooks would soak the dried fruits in wine or ale before cooking them, plumping them back up into a soft texture. Imagine a servant stirring dried pears into a simmering pot, the fruit swelling up as the steam rises. For the nobles, these dishes might appear as spiced compotes, pies, or as sauces to accompany their meat. For the servants, the very same fruit might be used to sweeten their pottage, turning a thin stew into something that was much closer to a dessert. Yet, a lot of uncertainty remains. Did the majority of households really manage to store dried fruit in sufficient quantities? Or was it simply too labor-intensive to rely on? Some scholars argue that fruit was mostly eaten fresh in the autumn, with very little of it surviving into the winter, except in the wealthiest estates. Others insist that drying and preserving were widespread practices, pointing to archaeological evidence of fruit pits and skins that have been found in old storage pits. The truth likely varies, leaving us with a patchwork picture of the winter diets of the time. The kitchen tonight is glowing with new smells. Dried plums are being simmered into a thick sauce, which is then poured over a roasted rabbit to add a bit of tartness. Apples are being baked inside a pastry, the crust golden and flaky, the fruit inside soft and spiced with cinnamon if the pantry allows. The nobles at the high table are leaning closer, savoring the flavors that remind them of their gardens, which are now buried deep under the frost. Down the hall, the servants are receiving much simpler fare. Slices of dried apple have been stirred into their hot porridge, their sweetness spreading thin across a dozen bowls. The children are chewing noisily, delighted by the unexpected treat. Even if their portion is only a single piece that's been softened in their broth, to them, fruit is not a garnish or a luxury. It is pure delight, a rare change from all the cabbage and salt. A quirky practice that is sometimes noted is the creation of fruit pastes, early versions of what you might think of as jam or jelly. Apples or quinces were boiled down into thick, sticky slabs, which were then stored in jars or cut into blocks. These pastes kept surprisingly well and could be sliced onto a piece of bread during the long winter. Picture yourself nibbling on a square of dark, sticky fruit paste in February, the taste instantly transporting you back to the harvest days. But fruit wasn't just food. It was also considered medicine. Physicians would recommend dried plums to ease digestion, pears for cooling fevers, and apples for balancing the humors. To nibble on a piece of dried fruit was to trust in both nourishment and a cure, even when the science behind it was more about faith than it was about fact. You sip from a small cup of pear syrup tonight and feel the warmth spread through you, whether it's a placebo or not. The hall grows fragrant as a plum sauce is served with a pigeon pie. The aroma is a mix of sweet and savory, confusing your senses at first, but then soothing them. Medieval cooks absolutely loved this contrast. Meat with fruit, salt with sugar, flavors that felt exotic to palates that had been dulled by the monotony of winter. You take a chew, surprised at how well the tart fruit cuts through the grease, turning a necessity into an act of innovation. And yet, scholars still discuss whether this sweet and savory pairing was an everyday fare or just an occasional extravagance. Did the Lord truly eat pigeon in plum sauce on a weekly basis, or was this more of a festival dish than a routine one? The uncertainty lingers like the faint tang of apples that's still clinging to your tongue. The storerooms hold their own kind of poetry. You walk past sacks of wrinkled pears, cords of apples strung up like garlands, and plums that have been pressed flat and sticky. Each one is a small act of defiance against scarcity, proof that summer can still echo even in the snow. The steward guards them all carefully, doling them out sparingly, because each bite is morale as much as it is nutrition. The children are sitting by the hearth, nibbling on dried apple slices, their faces sticky, their laughter rising. The servants are sharing a plum broth, smiling at the unexpected sweetness. At the high table, the nobles are lifting cups of spiced wine that's been laced with raisins, sipping as though they were tasting summer itself. For a moment, all the levels of the castle are sharing the same memory. Orchards heavy with fruit, sunlight filtering down through the leaves, and fields golden with warmth. The snow howls outside, but inside, the fruit is whispering of seasons to come. You chew another piece, leathery and tart, and you feel your mouth flood with the ghost of August. Survival isn't just about salt and bread. It's also about memory, carried in every single wrinkled slice. The taste of the dried apples still lingers faintly, but soon the servants are bringing forward another kind of preserved treasure. This time, there are no sweet aromas of orchards, no tart sauces bubbling away in pans. Instead, the air fills with the nutty, earthy scent of cracked shells. Bowls of hazelnuts, walnuts, and sometimes chestnuts are set down along the long tables. The sound in the hall shifts, too. Instead of knives scraping against the trenchers, you can now hear the steady crack of shells against the edge of the wooden bowls, followed by the satisfying crunch of teeth. Household accounts and archaeological finds both confirm that nuts were a reliable source of calories during the winter. They stored easily in sacks or baskets, their hard shells protecting the kernels inside for many months. They were rich in fat and protein, providing energy when the vegetables were scarce and the meat was being rationed. Hazelnuts grew abundantly in Europe, walnuts thrived where the climates allowed, and chestnuts offered starch in the regions where they flourished. In the castles, these humble foods were both a snack and a supplement, bridging the gaps when the larders were running thin. You reach into a bowl and pull out a walnut. The shell is rough and ridged like an old stone, but when you crack it open, the flesh inside gleams pale and oily. The flavor is rich and slightly bitter, but incredibly satisfying. After so many weeks of salted meat and cabbage, the taste feels surprisingly fresh, a small reminder of the forests and the autumn harvests. A curious practice is recorded in some of the kitchens. Nuts were not only eaten plain but were also ground into sauces. Almond milk, a common substitute for dairy during Lent or on fast days, was made by pounding almonds into a paste and then mixing it with water. The liquid that was strained off was then used to thicken soups or to sweeten stews. Just imagine a January meal where your pottage, instead of tasting of salt and roots, is enriched with a creamy, almond-based luxury that was hiding inside a simple nut. Yet there is some debate among scholars about how widely nuts were used across the different social classes. Were the almonds, which had to be imported from warmer regions, available only to the nobles, while the peasants and servants had to make do with hazelnuts and walnuts? Or did the trade networks make almonds surprisingly common in the castle kitchens, even if it was only in small amounts? The evidence is split, leaving us to wonder whether the servant at the lower table ever got to taste the almond broth that the nobles considered to be quite ordinary. The hall tonight grows noisier as hands are cracking shells, with nuts flying across the tables and laughter rising at every failed attempt to split one cleanly. The children are chasing rolling hazelnuts on the floor, and the dogs are snapping them up eagerly. For the poor, a simple handful of nuts could be a dinner in itself, paired with some bread or porridge. For the wealthy, nuts could elevate their dishes into something truly refined. Chestnuts, in particular, carried their own traditions with them. In some regions, they were roasted on open fires, their shells popping, the smell sweet and smoky. You can imagine the servants gathering near the hearth, passing around hot chestnuts, their hands warming against the shells. The taste is softer than other nuts, more starchy, almost like a bread in miniature. A handful of them could quiet your hunger just as effectively as a whole bowl of pottage. What might surprise you is how often nuts appeared in the desserts. Medieval cooks would blend ground almonds with honey to make marzipan, a delicacy that was then molded into the shapes of animals or castles and gilded with gold leaf for the feasts. Imagine biting into a sweet almond castle while you're sitting inside a real one, the symbolism both playful and proud. Down below, the servants might be nibbling on plain hazelnuts, completely unaware of the artistry that was happening up on the dais. Nuts also served practical purposes beyond just being food. Walnut oil could be pressed for the lamps, and the nutshells were sometimes burned as kindling. Even the shells had their value, recycled into fuel when the firewood was running short. Nothing was ever wasted, because winter punished waste very harshly. But here, too, there lies an uncertainty. Did nuts really make up a substantial part of the winter calories, or were they more of a supplement than a staple? Some researchers argue that nuts were plentiful enough to be common snacks, while others insist that their role was minor, overshadowed by the bread and the pottage. The truth may rest somewhere in the middle, not a primary source of sustenance, but a very welcome source of variety. The kitchen tonight smells of almond paste. You watch a cook grinding nuts with a mortar and pestle, his arms straining as the paste softens under the pressure. The scent is creamy and faintly sweet, filling the air with something far richer than salted pork. He stirs it into a sauce for the fish, turning a briny dish into something truly elegant. At the high table, the nobles are dipping their bread into it, nodding with pleasure. At the servants' end, the hazelnuts are cracking between their teeth, with laughter rising in rhythm with the crunch. You crack another walnut and chew on it slowly. The flavor is earthy and grounding, reminding you of the forests that are just outside the castle walls, silent now under the snow, but still very much alive in your memory. Each bite is more than just sustenance. It is a connection to the land, to the harvest, and to a sense of continuity. Nuts endure when other foods simply vanish, their shells like tiny fortresses built against hunger. The snow is howling outside, rattling the shutters, but inside the hall, the crack of the shells and the crunch of the teeth are echoing like music. From the noble almond sauces to the servants' handfuls of hazelnuts, the castle is chewing together, briefly united by the taste of the forest harvests. As you finish your handful, you realize something simple yet profound. Bread might fill the stomach, and salted meat might preserve life, but nuts bring resilience. In their small, unassuming shells, they hold both calories and comfort, quietly carrying the castle one step closer to spring. The laughter over the cracked nuts fades, and soon the hall grows quieter again. The staples of survival, bread, salted pork, cabbage, pottage, always return. But tonight the steward has chosen to remind everyone that the castle's reach extends far beyond its stone walls. A pair of servants stagger in with some crates, each one stamped with foreign markings, the wood bound tight with iron nails. When the lids are finally pried open, a burst of scent fills the air, sweet, sharp, and unmistakably foreign. Imported luxuries have just arrived. The historical record leaves very little doubt. Wealthy castles participated in long-distance trade networks that stretched all the way across continents. Even in the depths of a European winter, the nobles might get to taste almonds from the Mediterranean, figs from the Levant, raisins from Spain, or even oranges from the southern groves. To display such goods was to display your wealth, your connections, and your sophistication. While the common folk just outside the castle were chewing on their black bread, the lord's table was glittering with fruit that had traveled hundreds of miles to get there. You lean forward as a servant peels an orange, the skin releasing a cloud of fragrant oil into the air. The fruit glows like a fire in the dim hall, its segments gleaming against the gray stone. In January, such a vibrant color is almost shocking, a powerful reminder that somewhere far beyond the snow, the sun is still ripening fruit. You take a bite into a slice, and the tang floods your mouth, both sweet and sour at once, so fresh it almost hurts. An unusual practice emerges in some of the accounts. Imported almonds were often turned into almond milk, thickened with rice flour, and then sweetened with honey or sugar if it was available. The result was a creamy pudding, often dyed with saffron to make it appear golden. Just imagine dipping your spoon into a bowl of this dish, while outside the wind was scouring the battlements. To eat such food was to defy winter itself. But there is some disagreement among scholars about how common these imports actually were. Some argue that they appeared only at the very grandest of feasts, so rare and precious that they were remembered in the chronicles. Others suggest that they were steady features of the noble households that had reliable trade connections. Did the nobles really sip almond milk on a daily basis in January, or was it just a performance that was rolled out only when their guests needed to be impressed? The records leave room for both interpretations. The kitchen tonight is pure chaos. The servants are pounding almonds in mortars until they collapse into a pale paste. Dried figs are being sliced, sticky and sweet, leaving the knives coated in a thick syrup. A cook is carefully sprinkling saffron threads into a sauce, watching as the liquid turns a dazzling yellow. The scents are all blending together strangely. The sharpness of citrus, the creaminess of nuts, and the floral tang of saffron. The room feels less like a medieval kitchen and more like a miniature crossroads of the world. At the high table, the nobles are receiving delicate dishes. Rice flavored with almond milk, raisins folded into spiced wine, and figs stuffed with walnuts and honey. Their plates are shining with a color that is so rare for January, and every bite is reminding their guests that their host commands not only land but also the trade routes. For them, food is a form of diplomacy as much as it is a source of sustenance. Down the hall, the servants can smell it all, but they get to taste very little of it. Perhaps a stray raisin falls their way, or a spoonful of sauce slips down from the kitchen. Mostly, they just watch, chew on their black bread, and dream of the day when even a single fig might appear in their own bowl. For them, these imported goods are more like legends than they are realities. What might surprise you is that some of these exotic ingredients also doubled as medicine. Oranges were thought to cleanse the body, figs were believed to strengthen the digestion, and almonds were said to sharpen the mind. To nibble on a raisin was not only an indulgence but also a cure, at least according to the physicians of the time. The blurred line between medicine and luxury meant that every single imported bite carried an extra layer of meaning. Here's another curious tidbit. Sugar, which was still very rare in much of Europe, would arrive in small loaves or cones and had to be shaved into a powder with knives. To sprinkle even a tiny pinch of it over a dish was an act of pure extravagance. The nobles treated sugar almost like a spice rather than a staple, using it sparingly but very proudly. You can just imagine the astonished faces of the guests when a custard arrived that was not only golden with saffron, but also dusted with actual sugar crystals, glittering in the candlelight like tiny jewels. The debate among historians continues here as well. Were such imports genuinely enjoyed for their taste, or were they valued mainly for the status that they projected? Some evidence suggests that nobles would praise certain dishes not because they were particularly delicious, but simply because they demonstrated their wealth. After all, a wrinkled fig after so many weeks in a barrel might not taste all that extraordinary, but its mere presence alone was enough to impress. You lift a fig to your lips and chew on it slowly. It's dense, chewy, and sweet to the point of being sticky. The seeds crunch between your teeth, and the taste clings stubbornly to your tongue. It isn't a fresh fruit, but it is different, and that difference feels like a gift. Around you, the nobles are nodding appreciatively, their cups raised in toasts to the distant merchants who made it all possible. The hall smells brighter tonight, more alive, as if the imported goods are carrying not only their flavor but also their atmosphere with them. The candlelight is reflecting off the silver dishes, the laughter is echoing louder, and for a moment the castle seems a little less gray. The food has transported everyone, if only briefly, to lands where the snow never falls. But as the dishes are cleared away, reality begins to press back in. Only a handful of the crates remain, guarded carefully in the storerooms. The steward knows that each almond, each fig has to last for weeks, rationed out carefully to stretch until the spring. The servants return to their bread, the nobles sip their last drops of the spiced wine, and the cold air sneaks its way back into the hall. Still, you can't shake the memory of that orange slice bursting against your tongue, so sharp and sweet all at once. Imported luxuries may not fill the bellies in the same way that bread or pottage do, but they feed something else entirely. Imagination, morale, the belief that life is bigger than the snow that's pressing against the gates. As you lean back, the scent of saffron still faint in your nose, you can understand why the Lord spent fortunes on these goods. In a season of such monotony, they provided not only nourishment but also a narrative, stories of faraway lands, proof of their wealth, and whispers of the coming spring. The hall falls into a quieter rhythm after the last of the figs are cleared away. The nobles are leaning back in their chairs, their bellies warm with the spiced wine, while the servants are carrying the scraps into the kitchens for tomorrow's pottage. Yet even now, the steward is preparing something different for those who are unwell or weary. Not every bowl in a medieval castle was filled with food that was meant for feasting. Some of them carried medicine disguised as a supper. Tonight, you are offered a steaming cup of broth, a concoction that is meant as much to heal as it is to feed. One fact that is recorded repeatedly in the medical treatises and the household manuals is that broths formed the very foundation of medieval dietary medicine. Physicians and cooks at the time believed that bones, herbs, and simmered vegetables released not only nourishment but also curative powers. A simple pot of bone broth with some leeks could be prescribed to strengthen the weak, to ease a fever, or to balance the humors of the body. In winter, when illness would strike more readily and hunger was weakening everyone's bodies, these restorative broths were absolute lifelines. You hold the cup close to your lips, the steam curling upward. The smell is earthy, onion, parsley, and perhaps a sprig of thyme that was dried from the summer. Beneath it all is the faint richness of bone marrow that's been simmered for hours until the liquid has turned a golden color. When you take a sip, it coats your throat, soothing in a way that salted beef never could. It is thin, yes, but it is warm, gentle, and incredibly comforting, as if the cook has ladled hope straight into your hands. A curious practice surfaces in some of the recipes. Herbs and spices weren't added just for their flavor, but also for their supposed medicinal properties. Cinnamon was used to warm the body, fennel to ease the stomach, and sage to sharpen the mind. Just imagine sipping a broth that's been spiced with nutmeg in the dead of January, believing with each sip that it was not only nourishing you, but also keeping the plague at bay. Food and medicine were blurred together until every single bowl was both a supper and a prescription. But historians still wrestle with the question: were these broths truly consumed by all levels of society, or were they reserved mostly for the noble family and those who were sick? Some evidence suggests that the stewards would record extra purchases of herbs and almond milk specifically for the Lord's table, which would indicate some exclusivity. Others argue that since bones and vegetable scraps were so common, simple broths must have been available to everyone, though perhaps they were less fragrant than the ones that were laced with saffron or ginger. The lack of clarity leaves us peering into the steaming bowls without really knowing whose lips most often touched them. In the kitchen, you can watch the process unfold. Bones are crackling as they're dropped into the boiling water. Onions are sizzling before they soften, and herbs are being crumbled between rough hands. The cooks are moving with a calm precision, stirring gently and skimming the froth from the surface. The sound of bubbling fills the room, as steady as a heartbeat. The servants who are nearby are inhaling deeply, their faces softening as the aroma promises a moment of warmth. At the high table, the broth appears in ceramic bowls, sometimes thickened with almond milk or rice flour to give it some body. The nobles are sipping it delicately, completely convinced of its healing powers. Down the hall, a thinner version of it is poured into wooden cups, which are drunk quickly before returning to their labor. The same concept stretches across the different ranks, comfort in a liquid form, but the ingredients differ, reflecting the hierarchy even in times of illness. What might surprise you is the ritual that was attached to these broths. The chronicles describe how some households would serve them to women after childbirth, to the old men in the winter, or to children who were recovering from a sickness. The act of serving the broth was just as symbolic as it was practical. It was a declaration that the castle cared for its vulnerable members, that life was being guarded even when death was pressing in close in the frost. Here's another odd note. Some prescriptions recommended broths that were made from some unlikely ingredients, like pigeon hearts, swan fat, or even powdered pearls that were dissolved in a hot liquid for the wealthiest of people. Did these things actually work? Likely not, but they did reinforce the belief that healing could be swallowed, that the right mixture of food and faith could restore your strength. You take another sip, letting the warmth slide down into your stomach. The broth doesn't fill you up like bread or meat would, but it does steady you, reminding you that survival isn't only about the calories. It's about comfort, care, and the belief that tomorrow can still be faced. In a castle where the cold and hunger are stalking every single corner, that belief might be just as important as the food itself. The debate continues among the scholars. Should we see these medicinal broths as a form of genuine health care, or simply as extensions of a culinary routine? Some point to the physicians' manuals that prescribe broth for nearly every single ailment as evidence of a real medical practice. Others argue that it was little more than everyday cooking that was just dressed up in some fancy theory. Whatever the case may be, the bowl in your hand carries a weight that goes far beyond its simple ingredients. As you drain the last sip, the hall feels quieter and calmer. The children are already asleep by the hearth. The servants are clearing the last of the trenchers, and the nobles are murmuring in low voices. Outside, the snow is still pressing against the gates, but inside, the steam of the broth is rising like a quiet promise. You set down the cup and you understand something essential. Not every meal in a medieval castle was about spectacle or survival. Some of them were about care, the small acts of kindness that were hidden in the bowls of broth. In those bowls, people found more than just food. They found a reassurance that the winter would not break them completely. The hall grows restless as the days crawl deeper and deeper into winter. By now, most of the meals are predictable: salted pork, cabbage, pottage, and ale. Yet the calendar itself has a way of interrupting the monotony, and tonight, that interruption comes with ceremony, music, and candlelight. Christmas is approaching, and even in the starkest of seasons, the castle transforms itself into a place of celebration. For one night, feasting will overwhelm the scarcity. It is firmly established in the chronicles, and the estate accounts that Christmas was one of the great feasts of the entire year. Even when the larders were stretched thin, the nobles would pour their resources into a banquet that declared not only their piety but also their prosperity. If the castle could host a lavish feast in December, then it projected an image of strength, stability, and divine favor, even if everyone knew that the hunger would return by February. You watch as the great hall is dressed for the occasion. Fresh greenery is hung all along the walls, ivy and holly that's been brought in from the frozen forest to soften the cold stone. Candles are set out in clusters, their light bouncing off the shields and the banners. The air smells not only of smoke and meat but also of spices, the unmistakable promise that tonight's food is going to be different. The centerpiece arrives first, a boar's head, roasted whole and garnished with rosemary and bay, with an apple between its tusks. It is carried to the dais with great ceremony, the servants singing verses as they march along. The nobles are leaning forward, their eyes wide, while the servants at the far end of the hall are cheering in much rougher voices. For this one night, the spectacle fills the space just as much as the aroma does. Here's a curious detail from some of the records. The boar's head wasn't always eaten by everyone. Sometimes, it was just paraded around as a symbol, sliced ceremoniously for the Lord, and then whisked away while other meats were served more practically. The sight of it mattered more than the taste. Just imagine the irony of cheering for a dish that you would never actually get to take a bite of. A debate still lingers among historians about the true scale of the Christmas feasts in the castles. Were they really as extravagant as the chroniclers described, with dozens of courses and exotic dishes? Or were those accounts simply exaggerated to flatter the lords and to impress their rivals? Some argue that the reality was just a single large meal that was dressed up in fancy words, while others believe that the spectacle was indeed overwhelming, even in the harshest of winters. The truth may be a mixture of both fact and flattery, recorded in an ink that was thicker than the broth itself. The kitchen tonight is a chaos of the most festive kind. Geese are being roasted, venison pies are being baked, and sauces are being thickened with wine and spices. Almond milk custards are being prepared, honey cakes are being dusted with sugar, and jugs of hippocras, a spiced wine, are being set out to warm near the fire. The cooks are shouting above the roar of the flames, the air thick with scents that completely overwhelm your senses. Cinnamon, roasting fat, sweet pastry, and burning wood, all tangled together. At the high table, the nobles are receiving dish after dish. A swan that's been redressed in its own feathers, pies filled with pigeon and rabbit, and custards glowing yellow with saffron. Between the courses, the minstrels are playing, their instruments echoing against the high rafters, their voices weaving songs of Christ's birth with tales of the local Lord's glory. The feast is both a devotion and a display of power. Down the hall, the servants are sharing in the abundance, more so than usual. Their bowls are overflowing with meat scraps, pieces of pies, and a pottage that's been thickened with fat. For once, the portions are generous, and the laughter is ringing out louder than any complaints. The children are licking the honey from their fingers, their eyes wide at the sight of the cakes that are usually reserved only for the nobles. Even the dogs are eating well tonight, gnawing on bones that are slick with grease right beneath the tables. What might surprise you is the ritual of sharing the leftovers. The chronicles tell of castles opening their gates after the Christmas feasts and distributing the surplus food to the poor from the village at the edge of the estate. The act was both a form of charity and a form of theater, ensuring that the Lord's generosity was seen far beyond the castle walls. Whether it was out of kindness or out of calculation, the gift of food meant that even those who were outside the castle got to taste a bit of joy for one night. Yet even in such a grand feast, reminders of the scarcity still linger. The steward knows exactly how much of the venison pie remains, how many barrels of ale have been tapped, and how quickly the honey is dwindling. While everyone else is singing and clapping, he is standing silently by the door, his eyes sharp, already worrying about what January will bring. The celebration cannot erase the simple arithmetic of survival. A quirky tidbit emerges from some of the accounts. During Christmas, the meat pies were sometimes baked with hidden tokens inside them, coins, beans, or peas. Whoever found the token was then crowned the Lord of Misrule for the night, allowed to preside over the games and the merriment. You can just imagine the hall roaring with laughter as a scullion finds a bean in his pie and is suddenly crowned a mock king, giving orders to the nobles who have to play along. For just a few hours, the strict hierarchy of the castle was bent beneath the weight of mirth. But once the songs have faded, the candles have guttered out, and the last of the bones have been picked clean, reality returns. The boar's head is gone, the pies have been devoured, and the wine has been drunk. The snow is still blanketing the land, and the stores are no fuller than they were yesterday. The feast is just a pause, not a cure. Still, the effect of it lingers on. The bellies are fuller, the spirits are brighter, and for one night the castle has remembered what abundance feels like. You sip the last drop of the hippocras, the spice warming your chest, and you lean back in your chair. Tomorrow, the salted pork and the cabbage will return. But tonight, the memory of the feasting is enough to soften the sharp edge of the winter. As the fire burns low and the hall hums with sleepy voices, you realize the true purpose of these celebrations. They were not only about faith or about luxury, they were about survival of another kind, the survival of the spirit. For without joy, the cold stone walls would have crushed the heart long before the spring ever returned. The echoes of the Christmas songs are fading into memory, and the laughter that once filled the great hall is giving way to a much quieter mood. After the boar's head, the honey cakes, and the cups of Hippocras, a new season is descending with its own set of rules. Lent. The merriment of December is giving way to the austerity of February, and suddenly the tables inside the castle feel much emptier, even while the stores still hold plenty of food. The change isn't caused by famine, but by faith. One thing the records make perfectly plain is that Lent reshaped the medieval diets profoundly. For the 40 days leading up to Easter, the church required complete abstinence from meat, dairy, and eggs. That meant no salted beef from the cellars, no pork from the barrels, no butter for the bread, and no cheese for the pottage. Even the few eggs that were being laid by the stubborn hens were now forbidden. The only exceptions came through a special dispensation or a cunning reinterpretation of the rules, and those who broke the fast risked both spiritual guilt and social shame. You can imagine yourself sitting at the table on the very first day of Lent, the memory of the Christmas feast still vivid on your tongue, only to be handed a bowl of thin vegetable soup. The smell of cabbage and leeks is returning, but now there is no fat, no butter, and no meat broth to enrich it. The flavor is flat, watery, and completely unadorned. Hunger isn't the problem, as the pottage still fills your belly, but the monotony of it is sharp enough to make you groan. Yet in this absence, fish once again takes the center stage. The barrels of herring, stockfish, and eels are rolled out, their salty tang filling the entire hall. At the noble tables, the cooks are attempting to be creative, with almond milk thickened into sauces, spices sprinkled over boiled cod, and dried fruit mixed into the fish pies. At the servants' end of the hall, the same herring that was already so chewy in January is now the only protein being served, again and again, until even the dogs are turning their noses up at it. Here's an odd workaround that's worth noting. In some places, beaver tails and even barnacle geese were classified as fish by the church's logic, allowing them to be eaten during Lent. Just imagine the sly grin on a noble's face as he's carving into a roasted beaver tail, justifying it as an act of piety, because the tail was said to resemble that of a fish. The creativity of the human appetite has always found loopholes wherever possible. But historians remain divided over how strictly these rules were actually followed. Some argue that the wealthy households with their priests on the payroll found all sorts of ways to bend the fast, adding almond milk custards, exotic fish, and fine sauces that turned their abstinence into a form of indulgence. Others believe that even the nobles practiced a genuine restraint, their diets stripped back to just bread, vegetables, and pottage for weeks on end. The truth likely wavered, depending on the time, the place, and the individual's conscience. The kitchens during Lent are a strange sight. The butter is locked away, the eggs are being sealed in lime water, and the cheese wheels are being left completely untouched. The almonds are being pounded to make a faux milk, turning a thin broth into something that looks like cream but tastes faintly bitter. You can hear the steady thump of the pestles, the grind of the mortars, and the sighs of the cooks who are being forced to stretch their imaginations much further than the fat and the meat ever demanded. At the high table, the nobles are being served dishes that are designed to disguise their deprivation. Fish pies baked with spices, rice puddings sweetened with honey, and sauces dyed golden with saffron. To the eye, they still look splendid, but the absence of meat is lurking beneath every single dish. At the lower tables, the servants are chewing their way through yet another bowl of vegetable broth, their eyes rolling at the sheer sameness of it all, their laughter much thinner than before. What might surprise you is how deeply Lent affected the morale of the household. More than the hunger, it was the repetition and the constant denial that wore people down. The chroniclers describe tempers fraying, servants growing restless, and children whining for a piece of buttered bread. The cold stone walls seemed to press in even heavier when every single day tasted of cabbage and fish. Yet Lent also carried a deep spiritual meaning. For some, the sacrifice made the coming Easter feast all the sweeter, the fast a ritual that heightened the eventual celebration. Faith and hunger were woven together until survival felt both physical and spiritual. The debate among the scholars persists. Was Lent truly a period of hardship, or was it just a reconfiguration of abundance? Some argue that the nobles turned it into an excuse for culinary invention, leaning heavily on almond milk, figs, and spices to keep their dishes feeling luxurious. Others suggest that the monotony and the deprivation were very real, particularly for the servants who received none of these embellishments. Both versions of the story might be true, depending on where your seat was at the table. You sip a spoonful of the Lenten pottage now. It is thin, green, and flavored faintly with leeks and onions, thickened with a little bit of barley. It fills your stomach but leaves your taste buds feeling restless. You close your eyes and you can dream of butter, of roasted pork, or even of the egg custard from so many weeks before. The absence itself becomes the most noticeable flavor of all. The children are chewing their bread silently, dipping it into the thin broth. The servants are muttering under their breath, though not loudly enough to risk the scorn of the priest. The Lord is sitting up straighter, reminding everyone of the holiness of their abstinence, even while his own bowl is hiding a light sprinkling of imported spices. Everyone is playing their part, but the atmosphere in the hall is subdued. The joy of Christmas has been reduced to murmured prayers and long, weary sighs. Still, Lent carries its own kind of strength with it. It forces a certain reflection, an endurance, and a kind of equality, at least in the symbolism of a shared sacrifice. For 40 long days, even the richest of castles feels the pinch of absence, though the poor are tasting it far more sharply. You set down your spoon, your stomach warm but still unsatisfied, and you listen to the silence that has filled the great hall. Outside, the snow has crusted over hard, the wind is rattling the shutters, and inside, the absence of meat is louder than any feast has ever been. This is the rhythm of winter in the castle, joy followed by restraint, fullness followed by denial, until the spring finally promises something new. The long days of Lent continue, and the hall grows quieter and quieter with each passing week. Without the noise of the feasts or the cheer of the ale-soaked laughter, you start to notice other sounds more vividly. The clatter of the pots in the kitchen, the hiss of the steam, and the crackle of the logs in the hearth. Tonight, instead of following the nobles to the high table, you decide to wander behind the curtains and into the very heart of survival itself, the castle kitchens. One detail that the medieval building surveys make absolutely undeniable is that the castle kitchens were enormous, smoky, and almost industrial for their time. High ceilings were meant to vent, or at least they tried to vent, the thick clouds of smoke, while the open hearths roared with constant flames. These kitchens were always busy, even in the dead of night, because the preparation of food for hundreds of mouths simply never stopped. In the winter, the heat from the kitchens was both a blessing and a torment. It was the only truly warm place in the entire castle, but it was also thick with choking fumes. You step a little closer and feel the heat sting your cheeks. Cauldrons are hanging over the fire on iron chains, pots are bubbling furiously, and spits are creaking as young boys turn them by hand. The air is heavy with smoke, grease, onions, and the smell of damp wool from the workers' clothes, all of it mingling into one overwhelming fog. Your eyes start to water almost immediately, but the smells are also pulling you closer. This is where survival simmers. A quirky observation from the chroniclers is that the noise of the kitchens was constant and utterly chaotic. Dogs were barking for scraps. The boys were shouting as they dodged the sparks from the fire. The knives were clattering against the wood, and the bellows of the cooks were echoing across the stone walls. For the nobles, the meals would appear almost magically on their polished trenchers. For the servants and the scullions, every single dish represented hours of intense heat, choking smoke, and sheer exhaustion. Yet scholars still debate how organized these kitchens really were. Some argue that the larger castles had a hierarchy that was as strict as a small army, with master cooks, undercooks, butchers, bakers, spit boys, and scullions, each with their own rigid roles. Others suggest that chaos reigned much more often than order, with the workers improvising constantly just to keep up with the demand. The archaeological remains of the sprawling kitchens seem to support both views, with hints of order but also clear signs of a frantic, messy survival. You watch as a butcher lays a slab of salted beef on the chopping block, his cleaver flashing down with a heavy, cracking sound. Fat and salt crystals scatter across the wood. He wipes his brow, then shouts for more onions to be chopped. Beside him, a young boy is stirring a pot that is so large he could almost fall right into it. The wooden spoon he's using taller than his own head. Steam is billowing up, soaking his hair with sweat. The hearth spits loudly as some grease drips down into the fire. Sparks fly upward and the boy flinches, but he does not stop turning the spit. He is humming to himself, perhaps just to drown out the constant roar of the flames. The smell of the roasting meat is intoxicating, so rich and so strong that even the servants who are turning away from their own hunger are licking their lips. What might surprise you is how much food waste would collect here. The rushes on the floor would become sticky with grease. Bones would be piled up in the corners and scraps would be swept aside for the dogs or the pigs. The kitchens were rarely pristine. The chroniclers described them as being noisy, filthy, and unbearably hot, yet also absolutely essential. Without all this chaos, the Great Hall would simply fall silent. You notice how different the dishes look at each stage of their preparation. One cauldron holds a thin pottage that is destined for the servants, filled mostly with roots and barley. Another pot is simmering with almond milk, raisins, and spices, all being prepared for the Lord's custard. A spit is turning a rabbit that's been stuffed with herbs, the smell rich and fragrant. Beside it, scraps of gristle are being boiled down into a broth for the children who are sitting by the hearth. The very same kitchen is producing both extravagance and survival side by side, depending entirely on who is waiting at the table. The scholars are still questioning how much variety the cooks truly managed to create in the winter. Some suggest that their creativity with sauces and spices transformed the monotony into a kind of abundance, while others argue that most of the meals remained incredibly repetitive, no matter how clever the cook was. Was the castle kitchen a place of great invention, or was it just a factory for boiled roots and salted meat? The evidence leaves room for both interpretations, depending on the wealth and the imagination of the household. The sensory details are overwhelming you now. Your eyes are stinging from the smoke. Your hands feel greasy just from being in the air, and your stomach is clenching with hunger as the smells of the meat and the onions are swirling all around you. You can hear the knives pounding against the wooden boards, the pots bubbling like thunder, and the boys shouting for more wood for the fire. Every single one of your senses is being battered until you can understand why so many of the servants dreaded their endless hours spent in here. And yet, there is a certain comfort here, too. The heat against your skin makes you forget about the icy corridors. The steam is clinging to you like a blanket, heavy but warm. The bustle of it all feels alive, far more vibrant than the hushed cold of the Great Hall. In the kitchen, at least, food is still being made and hope is still being stirred. You glance toward a corner where the baker is kneading dough, his arms straining, the flour dust rising up in clouds and settling on his beard until he looks like he's been powdered with snow. The smell of the baking bread is cutting through the smoke, much softer and sweeter than everything else. The children are waiting nearby, their eyes wide, hopping for the very first crusts to be pulled hot from the oven. Their smiles remind you that in the winter, the small mercies matter the most. As you step back toward the doorway, you can hear the steward scolding a scullion for dropping a jug of ale. His voice is sharp against the roar of the fire. The boy is stammering, his head lowered, his hands red from old burns. It is a stark reminder that the kitchens were places of hardship as much as they were of nourishment, filled with a labor that left scars as well as meals. Still, as you walk away, the sounds of it all linger with you. The pots bubbling, the knives chopping, the boys humming, the dogs barking. It is a symphony of survival. The castle kitchen may be chaotic, smoky, and exhausting, but without it, the Great Hall would simply starve. And in the middle of a freezing winter, that noise is the sound of life itself. The smoke of the kitchens is clinging to your clothes as you step back out into the hall, but your eyes are drawn downward, toward the farthest end of the tables. Here, where the torches are burning dimmer and the food is arriving last, survival looks very different. If the high dais is boasting of roasted venison and saffron custards, this part of the hall is being fed on what remains, the scraps, the bones, and the crusts. Tonight, you are sitting among them, watching how the hierarchy of the castle reveals itself through what is left on the plates of others. One fact that no chronicler could ever erase is that medieval dining was profoundly stratified. The lord and his family would sit closest to the fire, eating from pewter or even silver, while further down the hall, the servants were eating from wooden bowls, trenchers of hard bread, or sometimes nothing more than a ladled broth. Leftovers were not considered shameful here. They were lifelines. The surplus at the top became the survival at the bottom. A servant is clearing the high table now, scraping bones, half-eaten pies, and greasy bread crusts into large wooden tubs. You watch as these tubs are carried down the length of the hall and then redistributed among the lower ranks. The dogs are snapping at the edges, the servants are grabbing quickly, and the children are pushing forward with their hands outstretched. There is no waste in this castle, not because of thrift, but because hunger simply leaves nothing untouched. A curious detail that's been recorded in some of the household ordinances is that these leftovers even had a name: relishes or alms. They were often formally designated for the poor, either within the household or at the castle gates. Imagine a beggar waiting outside, his dinner entirely dependent on how much the Lord's guests have left uneaten. For him, a gnawed bone or a soggy trencher was a blessing enough. But there is a debate among historians about how much nourishment these scraps really provided. Were the servants adequately sustained by what was trickling down to them, or were they perpetually malnourished while the nobles were feasting? Some argue that the sheer abundance of the aristocratic tables ensured that there was enough surplus, while others point to evidence of chronic hunger among the lower ranks. The scraps may have stretched out a life, but whether they truly satisfied is a question that is still being gnawed at, like the marrow from a bone. You glance down at your trencher, a piece of bread that's been hardened almost to a stone, now soaked with the grease of venison. You take a bite into it, the flavor overwhelming in its saltiness and its fat. For a moment, you can understand why the trenchers themselves were so valuable. Once the Lord was finished with them, these plates became meals, handed down to the servants or given away as charity. In a castle where bread was a form of currency, a trencher that was soaked in meat juice was as prized as any coin. The atmosphere at this end of the hall is very different. There is less ceremony and much more urgency. The servants are slurping their broth quickly, worried that it might be taken away from them. A young boy is gnawing on a rabbit bone noisily, grinning at the rare taste of the meat. A woman is tearing at her bread with her teeth, her fingers greasy, her laughter brief but bright. Here, hunger sharpens both the appetite and the gratitude. What might surprise you is how formally the leftovers were actually managed. The stewards would keep accounts not only of what was bought and cooked, but also of what was left uneaten. Some castles would designate specific days when the scraps were to be distributed to the villages, creating rituals of charity. Others would sell the surplus back into the markets, ensuring that not a single crumb was ever wasted. Food, even half-chewed food, still had its value. In the kitchens, you can see the other side of this system. The bones are being boiled again for broth, the fat is being scraped and saved for cooking, and the crusts are being dried into crumbs for thickening the stews. Nothing ever disappears. Everything just cycles downward, from the lord to the servant to the beggar to the dog. The hierarchy of the food mirrors the hierarchy of the people, with each level being dependent on what was trickling down from above. Here's a quirky tidbit for you. The dogs, too, had their place in this food chain. The chronicles mention that the noble hounds often ate better than some of the lowest-ranking servants, gnawing on whole bones or scraps of roast meat. To sit at the far end of the hall and watch a dog crunching on a piece of meat that you would never get to taste was to understand your place in the castle more vividly than any speech could ever tell you. Yet scholars continue to argue about whether this system bred resentment or acceptance. Did the servants grow bitter, staring at the gilded pies that were being carried past them? Or did they take a certain pride in being part of a grand household, where even the scraps were richer than a peasant's meal just outside the walls? The surviving voices are too few for us to know for certain. What we do see is that the structure endured for centuries, suggesting that hunger and hierarchy were woven very tightly together. You finish your trencher, licking the grease from your fingers, and you glance once again toward the high table. The silver platters are gleaming, the goblets are flashing in the candlelight, and the nobles are laughing over their sweetened custards. Down here, the light is dim, the bowls are wooden, and the laughter is much quieter. Yet the warmth of the broth is filling your stomach, and for tonight, that is enough. The hall smells faintly of vinegar and grease now, mixed with the sourness of some spilled ale. The rushes on the floor are sticky, and the dogs are nosing through them for any scraps they can find. A servant is wiping his mouth with his sleeve, while another one is dozing off against the wall. The feast at the top has ended, but the survival at the bottom continues. And you realize something important. Castles did not waste food simply because they could not afford to. Every single scrap mattered, every trencher was eaten, and every bone was boiled until it was hollow. The lord may have lived in splendor, but that splendor depended entirely on the labor and the hunger of those who were sitting further down the table. The scraps were not charity. They were the system itself. You lean back, your belly warmed by the grease-soaked bread, and you listen to the murmurs of the tired voices. Outside, the snow is pressing in harder, and the wind is moaning against the walls, but inside the hall, even the scraps are bringing life. It may not be fair, it may not be equal, but it is survival. And survival is all that the winter ever asks. The hall has grown hushed, the scraps have been cleared, the cups have been drained, and the servants are nodding with weariness. Yet before the fire dies down completely, another procession of food appears. It's not meat this time, nor is it pies or broth, but something far simpler, and yet in its own way much more powerful. Bowls of porridge are being carried in, steaming and plain. At first glance, it feels a little anticlimactic after the venison or the saffron custard, but to those who are eating it, this humble dish is just as important as any roast, the quiet backbone of winter survival. The evidence is clear in the medieval household accounts. Grains were the true staple that sustained the castles through the freezing months. Barley, oats, and rye were all boiled into a porridge, which was sometimes stretched thin with water and sometimes enriched with milk, honey, or butter if it was available. Wheat, the most prestigious of the grains, was often reserved for the bread at the high table. But it was the oats and the barley that filled the bellies, morning and night, across all the different levels of the household. You dip your spoon into the thick mixture and raise it to your lips. The texture is sticky, almost gluey, clinging stubbornly to the spoon. The flavor is bland, just warm grain, faintly nutty and slightly sour from the fermentation. Yet the heat of it spreads quickly down your throat, steady and filling. After so many salty or greasy meals, there's something oddly comforting in its sheer plainness. A curious observation from some of the chronicles is that the porridge wasn't always so plain. On special days, dried fruits or nuts would be stirred into it, transforming the dish into a kind of pudding. Honey, when it was available, would make it sweet, and ale would sometimes replace the water to give it some extra body. Just imagine the delight of the children when a pot of ordinary oats suddenly gleamed with raisins or was dripping with honey. In the endless monotony of January, such small additions would have felt like a feast. Yet there's still some disagreement among historians over how much variety these porridges actually contained. Did the nobles eat enriched versions on a daily basis, while the servants had to subsist on a thin gruel? Or did even the lords have to settle for plain oats on most mornings, saving the embellishments only for the feasts? Some accounts suggest that porridge crossed the social boundaries more than other foods did, appearing in different forms all across the hall. Others argue that the noble version, which were thick with cream and sugar, bore very little resemblance to the watery bowls that were carried out to the scullions. The truth likely lies somewhere between the two, a shared dish, but one that was experienced very differently. The kitchen, still hot from the day's labor, is now bubbling with pots of porridge. One cauldron is thick and enriched with almond milk and honey, destined for the high table. Another one is thin, more water than it is grain, and is being ladled into wooden bowls for the servants. The cooks are stirring constantly, their wooden paddles scraping against the bottoms of the pots to prevent them from scorching. The air smells faintly sweet and faintly sour, a background hum of sustenance rather than of spectacle. The servants are eating quickly, grateful for the warmth. Their bowls are emptied in just a few minutes, their hands cupping the wood for some extra heat, the steam softening their weary faces. The children are giggling as the porridge sticks to their chins, smearing across their cheeks. For them, it is a comfort, less exciting than the pies but much steadier than the scraps. At the high table, the nobles are spooning their portions slowly. Their porridge is topped with butter, flavored with cinnamon and dotted with raisins. To them, it is almost custard-like, a dessert. The contrast is sharp. The same base dish, completely transformed by what has been added to it. In this sense, the porridge mirrors the castle itself. One single foundation, but with many different experiences. An unusual practice that is sometimes noted in the records is the fermentation of porridge into a kind of sour mash that was eaten cold when fuel was scarce. It wasn't glamorous, but it did save on the firewood and stretched out the supplies. Just imagine chewing your way through a cold lump of barley mash in February, all the while convincing yourself that it was still food. For many people, this was their reality. The debate among the scholars persists. Should porridge be seen as a survival food or as a flexible dish that was enjoyed in both humble and elite contexts? The archaeological remains of charred grains suggest that it was universal, while the cookbooks from the noble households describe much more enriched versions of it. Perhaps the answer is both. Porridge was survival when it was plain, and it was a pleasure when it was embellished. You take another spoonful, the warmth spreading deep into your chest. It may not thrill you, but it does steady you, grounding you in the steady rhythm of the winter. It is not a feast, and it is not a celebration, but it is what allows those things to exist at all. Without porridge, the castle would collapse into hunger long before the spring ever arrived. The hall grows quieter still as the bowls are emptied. Some of the servants are licking the last traces from their spoons, unwilling to waste even a single smear. A young boy is scraping his bowl with a piece of bread, determined to get every last drop. The nobles are dabbing their mouths delicately, satisfied. The dogs are curling up near the fire, licking at some spilled oats on the floor. What might surprise you is how often porridge also carried a ritual meaning with it. In some regions, special grain dishes would mark the holidays or the agricultural cycles, connecting the act of eating to the hope of future harvests. Even in the coldest of months, the simple bowl in your hands was part of a story that stretched all the way from the field to the feast. You set down your spoon, your stomach warm, your limbs heavy with the steady comfort of the grain. The snow is still falling outside and the wind is moaning against the shutters, but inside the castle is breathing a little easier. For all the saffron custards and the roasted swans, it is the porridge, plain, steady, and enduring, that has carried everyone this far. As the fire dies down and the hall drifts off towards sleep, you can understand its quiet power. Feasts make the memories and scraps sustain the desperate, but it is the porridge that builds the bridge to spring. In every single sticky spoonful lies the castle's most essential secret. Survival can be bland, but it is survival all the same. The hall lies dim now, with most of the bellies quiet, but the castle itself never truly goes to sleep. Beyond the chambers of the nobles and the palates of the servants, another space is humming softly with its own steady rhythm. You follow the faint warmth of the firelight and find yourself in the bakehouse. Here, among ovens that are as tall as a man and stacks of flour sacks, the very heart of daily life is beating steadily. Bread was not simply food in the winter. It was the absolute foundation of survival, baked day after day until the spring finally returned. One certainty from the medieval records is that bread absolutely dominated the medieval diet. For many people, it provided more than half of their daily calories, and sometimes even more than that. In the winter, especially when the fresh produce had vanished and the meat supplies were dwindling, it was the bread that filled the gap. The loaves varied in their size, their color, and their quality, all depending on your rank, but every single stomach in the castle, whether it was noble or servant, relied on the daily work of the bakehouse. You step inside and feel the heat rush up against your face. Great clay ovens are glowing with embers, and the air is thick with flour dust. The bakers are moving constantly, their arms dusted white, their hands kneading with a steady rhythm. The smell of rising dough fills the entire room, warm, yeasty, and alive, in stark contrast to the frozen silence that is just outside. It is a smell that promises a certain continuity, day after day. The bread itself tells the stories of the castle's hierarchy. At the high table, the nobles were eating what was called manchet bread, which was pale and fine, made from the whitest wheat flour that had been sifted again and again. Its texture was soft, its crust was golden, and its taste was mild. Further down the hall, the servants were chewing on what were called maslin loaves, which were darker and much heavier, made from mixtures of barley, rye, and oats. These loaves were coarse, sour, and sometimes hard enough to chip a tooth. Yet they lasted, and in the winter, lasting mattered much more than luxury did. A curious practice that is still noted in some of the accounts is the use of bread trenchers, thick slices of stale bread that were used as plates. At the end of the meal, these trenchers, which were soaked with meat juices and sauces, were either eaten by the servants, handed out to the beggars at the gate, or fed to the dogs. Just imagine eating not just your dinner but your dish as well, with your hunger ensuring that absolutely nothing ever went to waste. But scholars still debate how much variety there actually was in these breads during the harsh winters. Were the manchet loaves really baked on a daily basis, even in January, or were they saved only for the festivals while most people had to eat only the coarse rye? Some argue that the wealthier castles were able to maintain steady supplies of the white flour, while others believe that even the nobles had to compromise during the lean years. The archaeological studies of charred bread fragments have revealed a mix of different grains, suggesting that the reality was far less glamorous than the cookbooks might imply. The bakehouse itself is a place of relentless labor. The bakers are rising long before dawn, mixing the flour, water, salt, and sometimes a sour starter. Their arms are aching from all the kneading, and their brows are dripping with sweat despite the frost that's just outside. They are shoveling the loaves into the ovens with long wooden paddles, listening for the hiss as the dough meets the hot stone. The rhythm is repetitive but absolutely vital. Without it, the castle would simply starve. You take a bite into a piece of the maslin bread. The crust is tough, and the inside is dense and slightly sour. It fills your mouth, forcing you to chew on it slowly. It is not indulgent by any means, but it is steady. You wash it down with some ale, the combination of the two forming the very backbone of your meal. For a servant, this might be their breakfast, their lunch, and their supper, all in one. At the high table, the experience is completely different. The nobles are tearing into soft white loaves, spreading butter or honey on them and dipping the pieces into spiced sauces. Their bread is delicate, meant to please the palate as much as it is to fill the stomach. The contrast between these two loaves is as sharp as the difference between the silver goblets and the simple wooden cups. What might surprise you is how the bread also carried a significant symbolic weight. In the Christian tradition, bread was tied to the body of Christ, and its presence at every single meal held a deep spiritual meaning. To break bread together was not only to eat, but also to reaffirm your faith and your community. Even the humblest of the maslin loaves carried this sacred echo with it. Here's a quirky tidbit from some of the accounts. Bread could also serve as a form of medicine. The physicians would recommend toasted bread that had been soaked in wine for stomach ailments, or crushed crusts that were used as poultices for wounds. Even in times of sickness, bread remained central to everything, bridging the line between food and a cure. The debate continues. Was the bread truly abundant enough to satisfy everyone in the castle, or did the shortages mean that the servants often went hungry even when the ovens were blazing? The grain stores were vulnerable to pests, to dampness, and to theft. Some years the loaves may have been plentiful, while in others the rations would have shrunk alarmingly. The surviving inventories hint at both realities, reminding us that bread could be either a comfort or a form of cruelty, depending on your fortune. The bakehouse tonight is glowing warmly, the walls humming with the heat. The bakers are laughing as they pull the loaves from the ovens, the children are sneaking crusts, and the dogs are begging at the doorway. For a moment, life feels generous. Yet the steward is standing nearby, counting the loaves and measuring them carefully against the number of mouths that need to be fed. Every single miscalculation here could tip the castle just a little bit closer to hunger. You chew on another bite of the bread, the crust scratching your mouth, the crumb dense but still filling. It doesn't thrill you like the honey does, nor does it dazzle you like the saffron custard, but it does steady you in the relentless rhythm of the winter. Bread is the drumbeat that is beneath every other flavor. As you step back out into the hall, the loaves are being distributed. The nobles are smiling, the servants are chewing silently, and the children are cradling their pieces as if they were toys. The snow is still pressing against the shutters, and the wind is rattling the gates, but inside the bread is binding the castle together. It is not a spectacle and it is not a luxury. It is life itself, baked fresh against the cold. The embers of the bakehouse are glowing faintly in your memory as you step outside into the bitter night. The snow is crunching beneath your boots, and you follow the shadowy figures who are carrying sacks of grain from one building to another. Beyond the kitchens, past the storerooms and the bakehouse, lies another crucial piece of the castle's survival puzzle, the brewhouse and the dairy sheds, where preservation and ingenuity were just as vital as any sword or shield. Tonight, you are reminded that the food was never just eaten. It was guarded, rationed, and transformed with a constant calculation. One well-documented reality is that the preservation techniques were the absolute backbone of the winter diets. Without them, the meat would have rotted, the grain would have spoiled, and hunger would have crept in long before the spring ever arrived. The salted barrels, the smoked chambers, the pickling vats, and the cool undercrofts all worked together like the gears in a clock. The steward's job was not only to know how much food remained, but also to know how to keep it edible across the endless months of frost. You duck into the smokehouse first. The air is dense, pungent, and almost choking. Ropes of sausages are hanging from the beams. Slabs of bacon are glistening with a grease that's been hardened by the cold, and fish are dangling like pale ribbons. The smoke is curling all around you, sinking into your hair, your skin, and even your tongue. It is not pleasant, but it is life-saving. Each and every strip of pork or herring in here has been suspended between survival and decay by nothing more than salt, smoke, and constant vigilance. Here's a curious little twist that's been noted in some of the household records. The smoked meats were sometimes brushed with honey or vinegar before they were hung, both to flavor them and to deter any pests. You can just imagine a servant painting a sticky layer of honey onto a slab of pork, not for the sweetness alone, but to ward off the flies that even the winter could not fully silence. But specialists still argue about the scale of such preservation efforts. Did the castles truly manage to store enough to feed hundreds of people for months on end? Or were shortages simply inevitable? Some evidence suggests that the salt imports were costly, which would have limited how much meat could actually be cured. Others point to the vast cellars that were filled with barrels, enough to suggest a careful planning and a certain abundance. The truth, as it so often does, likely lies somewhere between the two extremes, plenty in the good years and desperation in the bad ones. From the smokehouse, you step into the pickling room. The barrels in here are filled with vegetables that have been submerged in a brine, cabbage, turnips, and even beets. The air smells sharply sour, the tang of the vinegar stinging your nose. You lift a lid and you can see the pale vegetables bobbing around in a cloudy liquid, soft but still edible. The pickling process stretched the roots all the way through February, ensuring that even when the fresh cabbages had shriveled up, something greenish could still be spooned onto the trenchers. What might surprise you is how common pickled fish actually was. It wasn't only herring but also eels, carp, and even pike that could be stored in this way, their flesh softened by the vinegar, their flavor sharp enough to wake up a weary palate. When they were served with bread, they gave the illusion of variety, even when every single meal felt exactly the same. The dairy sheds tell another story entirely. Wheels of cheese are sitting stacked up like bricks, some of them hard enough to last for a whole year. The butter, when it was salted heavily, could survive in earthenware jars that were buried in the cool earth. The cream is long gone, and the eggs are being sealed in jars of lime water, but the cheese remains, stubborn and sharp. You touch one of the wheels. Its rind is hard and its smell is pungent. It is less of a food and more of a fortress, a block of milk that's been transformed into a stone against hunger. A quirky practice surfaces here, too. Some estates would even freeze their meat in the ponds or in the snowbanks, using the winter's own cold as a form of storage. The chronicles describe carcasses that were packed in ice and then pulled out weeks later, still perfectly edible. Just imagine trudging out into the frozen moat to chip a haunch of deer from its icy tomb, a form of primitive refrigeration that was as ingenious as it was desperate. And yet, the debates continue about whether such methods were truly practical across all the castles. Was ice storage a common solution, or was it just an occasional experiment that was recorded because of its novelty? Some historians believe that it was rare, while others argue that it was a clever use of the climate in the more northern regions. The silence of most of the sources on the matter keeps us guessing. You taste a slice of pickled cabbage that's been offered to you by a servant. It crunches softly, both sour and salty, the brine flooding your mouth. It is not delicious, but it does shock your senses awake. After so many weeks of heavy meat, the acidity of it feels refreshing, almost cleansing. Down the hall, the nobles, too, might have been eating the pickled vegetables, though theirs would have been dressed up with herbs or saffron. Even preservation, it seems, was shaped by class. The kitchens tonight are mixing these various stores into endless permutations. The salted beef is being stewed with dried onions. The pickled cabbage is being stirred into the pottage, and the cheese is being grated over the porridge. For the high table, there is smoked fish that's been garnished with raisins and pickled pears that have been sweetened with honey. For the servants, the very same ingredients are appearing stripped down and bare, still edible but stripped of all their finery. Preservation provides a certain continuity, but it never provides equality. You glance at the steward's tallies, his quill scratching away under the candlelight, with every pound of salt being measured, every wheel of cheese being accounted for, and every barrel of pickled fish being marked down. He is less of a chef and more of a mathematician, constantly balancing survival against appetite and faith against hunger. His calculations are just as important as any knight's blade. The sensory world of these storerooms is clinging to you now, the smoke in your hair, the vinegar on your tongue, and the musty tang of the cheese in your nose. None of it feels festive at all, but all of it feels absolutely essential. In a winter that seems completely endless, these smells are the background music of endurance. The dogs are wandering the corridors, their noses twitching at the smells of the smoke and the brine. The children are begging for scraps of cheese, their faces puckering at the sourness of it. The nobles are wrinkling their noses at the vinegar, but they are still eating it, knowing that survival is built not on delight but on stubbornness. And as you chew on a final piece of the smoked pork, the salt burning your lips, you realize something important. The castle doesn't survive the winter through its feasts or its fresh kills alone. It survives because of these quiet storerooms, these barrels of brine, and these smoky rafters. Preservation is the true feast, long, slow, and steady. The snow may be burying the world outside, but inside, the castle lives on because someone has salted, smoked, and stored everything with enough care. And in that simple act of foresight, you can taste the real heart of medieval endurance. The sour tang of the pickled cabbage is still lingering on your tongue as you climb the winding stairs toward the solar. Tonight, the great hall is quieter than usual. The nobles have withdrawn to their smaller chambers, leaving behind only the faint glow of the hearth and the scraps of their supper. It is in these more private spaces that another part of the winter dining emerges, the ritual and the etiquette. The food inside a castle was never only about filling the bellies. It was also a performance of rank, of piety, and of power. A fact that leaps out clearly from the medieval etiquette manuals is that the meals would follow very strict codes of behavior. The nobles ate in a carefully orchestrated order, seated according to their hierarchy, served in a specific sequence, and were expected to perform gestures of grace and moderation. Even in the winter, when the food was scarce and repetitive, the ritual of how it was eaten mattered just as much as what was actually on the plate. You settle into a wooden chair near the solar's table, and you watch as the servants are bringing in the trenchers of bread, the knives polished until they gleam, and the basins of water for washing their hands. The nobles are dipping their fingers delicately, drying them on linen cloths. At the far end of the chamber, some musicians are plucking at their strings softly. The food itself may be the same salted beef or barley bread that the servants are eating down below. But up here, the presentation of it transforms it into an emblem of control. Here's one quirky custom that's been noted in several of the accounts. Carving was often a specialized role that was performed with a great elegance, like a kind of choreography. To carve a joint of meat or to portion out a pie in front of the Lord required a training in graceful movements that was almost like a dance. Just imagine a young squire slicing the venison with theatrical sweeps, his knife glinting in the firelight, as much of a performance as it was a practicality. But scholars still debate how rigidly these rules were actually followed in the daily winter meals. Did the nobles truly observe such elaborate courtesies even on the bleak January evenings? Or were such rituals reserved only for the high feast days? Some argue that the formality persisted always, while others suggest that the fatigue and the scarcity of the season would have softened the rules when they were in private. The uncertainty of it leaves us with two possible pictures: a stiff ceremony by the firelight, or relaxed meals where the nobles were chewing just as plainly as their servants were. The air tonight is quieter and more perfumed with incense than it is with smoke. The bowls of pottage are still being served, but up here, they are seasoned with saffron, garnished with almonds, and ladled into ceramic bowls rather than wooden ones. The wine is being poured into goblets, not mugs, its color glowing a deep red. The very vessels themselves are declaring the hierarchy. To drink from silver rather than from clay is just as meaningful as the drink itself. You take a spoonful, noticing how the etiquette is shaping the pace of the eating. The nobles are pausing between their bites, dabbing their lips with a cloth and conversing in measured tones. To gorge too quickly would be to signal greed, which was unbecoming of their rank. Even in their hunger, a certain restraint was demanded as a proof of their civility. Downstairs, the servants are slurping and gnawing away noisily, their survival being judged not by their grace, but by their speed. Here's another odd practice for you. The salt itself was placed ceremonially on the high table. In many households, the salt cellar, which was often an ornate vessel, was positioned right before the Lord, and one's seat, whether it was above or below the salt, determined your rank. Just picture the symbolism of that. To be close to the salt, the great preservative of life, was to be close to power itself. The debate continues among the historians about how universally these symbols actually mattered. Was the salt cellar a consistent marker of status all across Europe, or was it just a peculiarity of certain courts? Some evidence suggests that its importance was exaggerated in the later accounts, while other records do affirm its central role. Like so much of the medieval ritual, the clarity of it slips somewhere between the description and the reality. You glance around the chamber now. A lady is lifting a morsel of cheese delicately, her fingers never touching the trencher directly. A knight is bowing his head before he sips his wine. The conversation is drifting toward matters of politics, of alliances, and of scripture. The food itself is almost secondary. The meals in this space are less about the flavor and more about the message. That order persists, that the hierarchy still holds, and that even in hunger, control is never lost. At the lower end of the hall, things look very different. The servants are huddling around a shared pot, their spoons clashing, their elbows jostling. There is no washing of the hands and no careful carving. The crusts are being torn with their teeth, the broth is being slurped down noisily, and the laughter is loud. If etiquette is defining the nobles' table, then camaraderie is defining the servants. Both are forms of survival, one of dignity and the other of warmth. Here's a curious tidbit for you. The manuals of etiquette would sometimes advise the nobles not only on how to eat, but also on how to spit. Spitting into a shared bowl was frowned upon, but spitting discreetly onto the rushes at your feet was considered to be acceptable. Just imagine the paradox of that. strict rules for grace and posture, yet an expectation that your spittle would be joining the straw right beneath your boots. The debate among the scholars persists. Should we view these rituals as evidence of a certain refinement, or as just an empty theater that was masking a deep inequality? Some see them as genuine attempts at civility, shaping the very foundations of the later polite society. Others see them as simply tools of control, ensuring that even at the dinner table, power was both visible and unchallenged. Perhaps both are true, a ritual as both a thing of beauty and a barrier. You sip from a goblet, the wine faintly spiced, and you feel the warmth of it spread through you. The firelight is flickering across the polished dishes, with the shadows dancing on the walls. For a moment, you can understand how the ritual itself created a sense of stability. Even when the supplies were running low, and even when the hunger was gnawing, the simple act of eating with grace convinced everyone that order still reigned. Yet as you set the goblet down, you can hear the faint echoes from down below. The laughter, the clattering of the spoons, the barking of the dogs. Two worlds are coexisting under the very same roof, divided not by stone walls, but by the etiquette that is wrapped around each and every meal. As the nobles are wiping their hands and the servants are clearing away the trenchers, you realize that winter survival in a castle was not only physical but also social. The bread and the broth kept the bodies alive, but the ritual kept the hierarchies intact. Without both of them, the cold might have fractured not just the stomachs but the very structure of power itself. The fire in the solar is dimming, and the nobles are retiring to their chambers, but your feet are carrying you elsewhere, down the drafty passageways, past the storerooms and the kitchens, and into a smaller space where some voices are murmuring in hushed tones. Here, the chaplain is overseeing a modest meal, one that is as much of a ritual as it is a form of nourishment. In the medieval castles, food was never only a physical thing. It was also bound very tightly to faith. Even in the bleakest of winters, what you ate when you ate it, and how you blessed it all carried a deep spiritual weight. One undeniable truth from the medieval records is that the meal times would often begin and end with a prayer. Before even lifting a spoon, the nobles and the servants alike were expected to bow their heads, murmuring their gratitude to God for their sustenance. In the winter, when scarcity would sharpen every single bite, such prayers would hold an edge of desperation as well as one of thanksgiving. "Give us this day our daily bread" was no empty phrase. It was the literal plea of the households that were staring into their dwindling stores. You sit quietly now as the chaplain is blessing a pot of pottage. The food is plain, barley that's been thickened with onions and flavored faintly with some herbs that were dried from the summer. Yet, as he raises his hand and chants the words, the steaming bowl becomes more than just mush. It is sanctified, a reminder that eating is both a form of survival and a sacrament. When you lift the spoon to your lips, you feel not just the warmth but also a sense of reassurance, however small it may be. A quirky detail emerges in some of the sources. The placement of the food itself could carry a symbolic meaning. Fish was tied to fasting and to humility, bread to the body of Christ, and wine to his blood. Even the simplest of the Lenten meals, a cabbage soup, could be reframed as a form of holy endurance. To chew your way through some sour cabbage in February was not just a necessity. It was a small echo of a sacrifice, aligning your daily hunger with your spiritual duty. Yet historians still debate how genuinely religious these meals actually were. Did the nobles and the servants truly contemplate theology with every single bite they took? Or were the prayers and the symbols little more than a habit, quickly forgotten once the first spoonful had passed their lips? Some argue that faith saturated every single aspect of their lives, while others see these rituals as being perfunctory, more of a social expectation than a form of spiritual fervor. The silence of the ordinary voices on the matter leaves us guessing. You glance around the small chamber. A loaf of dark bread is resting on the table, its crust cracked, its interior dense. The chaplain is slicing it with a deliberate care, distributing the pieces evenly among everyone. For him, bread is not only a form of nourishment but also a symbol, and the act of sharing it is echoing the sacred. The servants are chewing slowly, their eyes lowered, their hunger briefly reframed as a form of devotion. What might surprise you is that the religious calendars would dictate much of what was eaten during the winter. The feast days would allow for indulgence, meat, pies, and even spiced wine, while the fast days would pull the diets back to the roots, the fish, and the pottage. The rhythm of scarcity and abundance was shaped just as much by the liturgy as it was by the supply. Just imagine planning your winter meals not only around what you had but also around what you were allowed to eat according to the church's own clock. Another odd practice that is described in some of the chronicles is the almsgiving of food after the religious services. On certain holy days, the surplus bread or pottage would be distributed to the poor at the castle gates. Sometimes this was a genuine act of charity, while at other times it was more of a form of theater, reinforcing the Lord's image as a pious provider. You can picture the villagers shivering in the snow, clutching the scraps of bread that were given to them in God's name, both grateful and painfully aware of the imbalance of it all. The debate continues among the scholars. Should these gestures be seen as sincere acts of devotion, or as simply instruments of power? Was the almsgiving a heartfelt act, or was it just a way to display one's piety publicly? Both of these interpretations persist, shaping our view of the castles as either sanctuaries of faith or as stages of authority. Back in the chamber, the chaplain is sipping some weak ale and speaking softly of penance. His words are drifting over the table, mixing with the smell of the warm bread and the steaming broth. The children are fidgeting, the servants are nodding, and the nobles are murmuring politely. For a moment, the hunger feels less sharp, as though it's been rebranded into a virtue. To endure the cabbage without any butter becomes not just a form of deprivation, but one of discipline. The sensory world in here is much quieter than it is in the hall. There are no dogs barking and no laughter is erupting. There is only the crackle of the fire, the scrape of the spoons, and the low hum of a prayer. Even the food tastes different because the context has a way of reshaping the flavor. The same barley that felt so dull yesterday now feels holy, transformed by a simple blessing. Hunger, it seems, is just as much about the meaning as it is about the taste. You finish your bowl and you feel the warmth seep deep into your chest. It is not a feeling of fullness, but one of calm. The chaplain's words, the steady rhythm of the prayer, and the humble food have all conspired to make the winter feel a little less cruel. Faith does not fill the stomachs, but it does steady the hearts. And in a castle where despair could be just as deadly as the cold, that steadiness was its own kind of nourishment. As you leave the chamber, the snow is pressing harder against the shutters. The wind is moaning louder, and the torches are flickering in the draft. Yet inside, you are carrying a strange kind of comfort, one that was born not from meat or from honey, but from ritual. The food in a medieval castle fed both the body and the soul, and in the winter, when the body was weakened, perhaps the soul needed to be fed the most. The chapel's prayers are fading, the hall is falling silent, and the castle seems to be sinking into the deepest stretch of the winter. By now, the salted pork has grown tougher, the pottage has grown thinner, and the bread has grown darker. The supplies are being carefully measured, and the steward's records are growing more anxious by the day. It is here, in the late February and the early March, that the households are entering the harshest season of all, what some people used to call the famine months. It is a fact that has been preserved in many of the estate accounts that, by the end of the winter, the provisions were stretched incredibly thin. The barrels that were once filled with salted fish were now revealing a briny sludge at the bottom. The cheese wheels had been pared down to their very rinds. Even the grain sacks were growing lighter, their contents being carefully doled out to make the loaves last. The castle was still eating, but the sheer abundance of December now felt like a fading dream. You watch as the steward is unlocking the storehouse, his face pale in the lamplight. He is lifting the lids of the barrels, prodding their contents with a stick, and sighing. Every single handful of grain is being weighed, every wheel of cheese is being tapped for any hollowness, and every salted haunch is being counted all over again. His job is an arithmetic that's performed in flesh and in salt. How to stretch what remains until the thaw of the spring finally arrives. Here's a curious, almost grim practice that surfaces here. Some castles would resort to bulking up their pottage with sawdust like bran or ground peas when the grain was running low. The mixture would fill the stomach, but it would often cause a great deal of discomfort. Just imagine lifting a spoonful of porridge that tastes faintly of bitterness and grit, and then swallowing it anyway because there is simply no other alternative. Yet historians still argue about the true scale of the late winter scarcity. Some of the estates may have managed their stores so well that hunger was always kept at bay, while others would have struggled chronically, their people thin and sick by the time March arrived. The archaeological evidence of malnutrition suggests that the shortages were very real, but whether every single castle experienced them equally remains uncertain. The debate lingers on like the taste of a weak broth, never quite resolved. The kitchens in these months are subdued. Gone are the bustling scenes of the pies and the roasts. Instead, one single cauldron of pottage is bubbling away quietly, getting thinner each week, flavored mostly with the onions and the leeks that have been pulled from the dwindling stores. The bread loaves are shrinking, their flour being stretched out with rye or with oats. The servants are working silently, their chatter dulled by their weariness. The air smells not of feasting but of a quiet endurance. At the high table, the nobles are still receiving a better fare, though even their meals are growing much simpler. The spices are appearing less often, the imported fruits have vanished, and the sauces have become thinner. A roasted fish might still be dressed with some herbs, but the portions are smaller, and the variety is much less dazzling. For the servants at the lower tables, their bowls are being filled with a watery pottage and some scraps of bread, barely enough to quiet their hunger. The children's faces are looking thinner, their cheeks hollowing out. What might surprise you is how creative people became during these months. The cabbages that had begun to rot were being peeled back to their still edible cores. The pickled vegetables, sour and limp, were being stirred into the stews. The dried peas, tough and bland, were being boiled into mushy pastes. Even the bones that had already been boiled once were being reused to add some flavor to the next pot. Waste was simply unthinkable. Here's another odd custom that has been noted in some of the chronicles. When the supplies grew dangerously low, some of the households would observe ritual fasts, blending their necessity with a sense of piety. By declaring their abstinence to be holy, they were softening the shame of their hunger. Just imagine kneeling in the chapel, your stomach growling, and convincing yourself that skipping your dinner is not a form of deprivation but one of devotion. In such moments, faith became a strategy for survival. The debate among the scholars persists here, too. Were the famine months an inevitable feature of every single winter, or did they only occur in the years of poor harvests? Some argue that the castles with great wealth and reliable trade connections were always able to avoid any true scarcity. Others point to the recurring evidence of late winter hunger, suggesting that even the rich could not entirely escape the rhythm of the dwindling stores. The truth, as ever, seems to shift somewhere between resilience and fragility. You take a spoonful of the late winter pottage. It is thin, almost watery, and flavored mostly by an onion. A chunk of bread, coarse and sour, is floating in the bowl. It fills your stomach, but only just barely. You chew on it slowly, savoring each and every bite, not for its pleasure, but for its simple promise of keeping you alive for one more day. Around you, the servants are all doing the same, their spoons scraping against their bowls until not a single trace of it remains. The hall is quieter than it has ever been now. Gone is the roar of the feasts, the laughter of Christmas, and the spectacle of the swans and the saffron. Instead, a heavy silence is hanging in the air, broken only by the clatter of the spoons and the sighs of the weary bodies. The dogs are lying still, too tired to even beg. The hunger has stripped away the noise, just as much as it has stripped away the luxury. And yet there is an endurance to be found even in the scarcity. The castle is continuing on. The fires are still burning, the bread is still baking, the pottage is still bubbling, and the prayers are still being said. Each day that is survived is a victory, however small it may be. The memory of the honey, the venison, or the spiced wine still lingers, a reminder that the winter has not always been so bleak, and that it will not always be so bleak again. As you lean back from your empty bowl, the snow is rattling harder at the shutters. But somewhere out there, beyond the frozen moat, the buds are just waiting to break and the fields are waiting to thaw. The hunger is at its sharpest now, but the turning of the seasons is inevitable. The spring will come, and with it will come the fresh greens, the new lambs, and a profound sense of relief. For now, survival is being measured in bowls of watery stew and in crusts of bread, but survival itself is enough. You close your eyes, your stomach faintly aching, and you can feel the full weight of the winter pressing down on you. Yet you can also feel the flicker of hope that has carried this castle so far. The food has been salt, smoke, cabbage, porridge, and scraps, but it has also been ritual, celebration, and endurance. And in that endurance lies the quiet triumph of every single medieval winter. Now, as the torches are guttering out and the last of the embers are fading, just let yourself drift. You've walked the cold corridors, you've tasted the salted pork, you've smelled the cabbage stews, and you've heard the laughter at the feasts and the silence of the famine. You've seen the nobles sip their saffron wine, the servants gnaw on their trenchers, and the children giggle over their honeyed porridge. Through every single meal, the winter was pressing at the walls, yet the castle endured. Close your eyes and picture the great hall, the stone walls thick with frost, the rushes on the floor, and a single fire fighting against the draft. The tables are stretching out long, the bowls steaming, the spoons clattering, and the dogs padding beneath the benches. At the far end, the Lord is raising his goblet. At the other, a child is chewing on their bread quietly. The smell of smoke and salt is filling the air, sharp and heavy, yet there is a certain comfort to be found in its familiarity. Let your breath slow down as you imagine the kitchens, the hiss of the cauldrons, the crack of the knives, and the thump of the dough being kneaded by tired hands. You can smell the bread baking, the nuts cracking, and the faint sourness of the vinegar in the stores. Every sound is softening, and every image is growing hazy until only the warmth of it all remains. And remember, the winter always felt endless, but it never truly was. Each bowl of pottage, each crust of bread, and each scrap of meat was carrying the castle one day closer to the spring. Survival was not glamorous. It was not easy, and it was not always fair, but it was steady, patient, and enduring, just like the rhythm of your own breath now, slow, quiet, and unbroken. So just rest here in the great hall of stone and fire, where the cold is pressing in from the outside but cannot touch you. Let the heaviness of the full bellies, the calm of the prayers, and the promise of the coming spring wrap around you like a warm blanket.